Good evening, everyone. I call the February 13th, 2023 school board meeting to order. It is 6 p.m. and we are in conference room C of the Fisher Administration Building at 12121 West North Avenue. Ms. Summers, please call the roll.
Ms. Muehlfeld? Here. Ms. Fraley? Here. Mr. Meyer?
Here.
Dr. Jessup Anger?
Here.
Dr. Hoyt? Here. Mr. Phillips?
Here.
Ms. Willis? Here.
Standing. One of the things that the board did a couple years ago is we started to include student members on the school board. Tonight, one of those student school board members turns 18, and yet he is still with us this evening. So what I would like to do is invite the entire gallery to come up to the microphone, squish together. Okay, you can stay in your seats, unless you want to come to the microphone. We are going to begin our meeting with a rendition of Happy Birthday. Ms. Fraley, can you lead us?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear.
Thank you all for having fun. First up, we've got public comment on any non-public items. Members of the Wauwatosa School Board value the input of students, parents, staff members, and community members. The board's regularly scheduled meetings provide an opportunity for the opinions and concerns to be expressed publicly. The board values all comments and will respectfully consider this input in decision-making. The board requests that individuals limit their comment on each item to 3 minutes. Following any comment, an individual board member may respond on the issue raised. However, it is not the intent of the public comment portion of the board agenda for the board to enter into debate with a member or members of the community. Because non-agenda items are not publicly posted in advance, no action will be taken on public comment regarding non-agenda items this evening. Do we have any public comment on non-agenda items in the room this evening to start?
Joe McLuke, 77.
Yeah.
I'll try this again. Joe McLuke, 772 North 116th Street. At the last regularly scheduled board meeting, this body went about a policy change, which was rather dangerous and unfortunate. What you did is you set change in policy so that you went from $30,000 to $85,000 as the threshold by which board approval would be required. Unfortunately, this has also been done based on false information. And approximately the 1 hour, 25-minute mark into that meeting, Board President Jessup Anger posed a question as to how we reached that figure. It was responded to by Mr. Brightman, your district's finance person, that $50,000 is 1% of the city's budget, and they are basing it on that fact, and $85,000 is 1% of your budget. Having heard that and being an elected official myself, alarm bells went off when I heard that, to which I immediately confirmed with the city treasurer, who did state that this is a completely false statement. The city has two thresholds, $25,000 and $50,000, the majority of which for most products and most services is the $25,000 limit, but for some services, the threshold is at $50,000. It is not based on any percentage of the city's budget. And as such, again, this is a false statement that was made by Mr. Brightman as to the reasoning behind why you should change to this level. We've got, again, $25,000 and $50,000. In addition to that fact, the city takes some very grave concern to make sure that everything is done with transparency. As such, the common council is presented with what's called bills and claims at each council meeting. Basically what that is a ledger of all the spending done since the prior council meeting so that us as council members can review that and see exactly what was spent and who that was sent to and for what reason. Not only does the council have that, but the members of the public also do have access to that, as it is included in the meeting agenda packets for their review as well. What we have done going from $30,000 to $85,000 goes against that. Makes things less clear, less transparent as far as this body is concerned. It is a dangerous precedent to do it. What we are doing is basically giving authority to hide behind a figure of $85,000 before this body and the public is aware of what's going on. In a body who's had questions regarding issues of transparency, that's a dangerous precedent. I have one word to say: avid. Wouldn't it have been nice to have that policy in place before avid, so that wouldn't have had to come before and the whole controversy
Your time
comes
is up.
before you.
Thank you.
Please reverse this decision.
I know we're going to have a budget presentation later today. Mr. Brightman, is that something you can speak to? Thank you.
Dahlgren, 1647 North 122nd Street. The statement I'm about to read was developed in collaboration with Dr. Jessup Anger and is directed to the community at large. Having witnessed firsthand some of the toxicity on social media, online, and in the community during our campaigns for Seat 3 last year, we are concerned for what the current election for board seats could become. We believe that all of us want our school district to be exceptional for every kid. We are each pushing for our schools to be among the best in Milwaukee and Wisconsin. Our differences of opinion lie in how we go about achieving our goals for our children and their hopes and expectations. We owe it to our kids to be civil with each other, to strengthen their opportunities. To that end, we encourage each of you to learn about the candidates and engage respectfully with each other by avoiding insults, name-calling, and accusations. Engagement in our educational community is to be encouraged, not met with hostility. There are several opportunities to connect with candidates in person, and we hope that many of you will choose to do so. Be curious, ask questions, and make decisions based on ideas presented on how each candidate will provide leadership and governance role they will have on the school board for the next 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dahlgren. I appreciate you reaching out and working on that, and look forward to future beverages in the future. Take care, sir.
Evening, personnel, Lake 2520 North 93rd Street. At the last board meeting, an idea was floated.
Could you just pull the microphone down a little? There.
Thought my voice was strong enough that I didn't even need it.
We just want to make sure people at home can hear you too.
Okay. Better? Yeah. At the last board meeting, an idea was floated to have McKinley Elementary feed entirely into Longfellow Middle School and the Wauwatosa East High School. Now, I understand currently this is being kicked down the road a bit. But in an ideal world, I don't even see this come up again, because this is what would probably happen. The measure would lead to Longfellow and East being mostly attended by Tosa resident students who currently, and I think I have the numbers right, bring $12,000 ahead to the school versus the open enrollment students who I think only are $8,000. And I realize the $12,000, you're trying to change that up that a little bit to go with cost of living, etc. And it will leave few spots for open enrollment of these two schools. McKinley students typically graduate with solid academic grades, and so will lift the overall performance of Longfellow Middle School and Tosa East High School. All good stuff. But on the other side of town, Whitman Middle School and Wauwatosa West High School will have a lot more open seats because those McKinley kids are gone. These open seats will probably be filled with more open enrollment students who, as mentioned before, bring about $8,000 students as $8,000 per student, and the academic performance is often unknown. This could result in a two-tier educational system in Wauwatosa. Due to the lack of funds, difficulty to hire great teachers, offer better programs, and an increase of any problems we might already be seeing with the current unevenly higher open enrollment numbers at Whitman and West. And this will not only affect West Side students who will be offered a lower educational option by the district, but also all the residents on that side of town who will see a depreciation in their neighborhoods. I would really like to see more equity in open enrollment percentage between all the schools. It should just be an equal percentage. If it's 17% at East, it should be 17% at West. End of story. It's not fair to have one school have a higher burden, lower money than the other school. And it's kind of a bit odd, but when I look around, I think most of you, with the exception of Mr. Meyer, live on the East Side. And if you have kids attending schools, they will go to Longfellow and Wauwatosa East. Great schools. My husband and his family all went there. But it makes the West Side problems a bit more peripheral to you. And I would like to see more representation of the West Side. We also pay taxes and should have an equal access to the equal kind of school that you are offering. Now, I understand that this was asked for by parents who are Kinley parents who don't want their friends to be, their kids' friends to be torn apart. But I understand this has been done for 20 years. It's been done successfully. My son was a McKinley student, and he's now at the West, and he's made a ton of new friends. It'll enrich.
Thank you. Your time's up.
May I respond?
There is, because I think there's a lot of, I've heard a lot of this online, and there's a lot of misinformation that I think is floating in the community. And Ms. Fraley, please.
I know I'm only going to be on the board for a couple more meetings, and I appreciate the respect by which you've come to the microphone numerous times, and I've communicated that to you in our email correspondences. But I want to be clear for everybody that's running for office as well. My responsibility when I sit in this seat is for every single student. I don't care where they live. And folks can think about what that means. But if folks want to see a different kind of school board where there's representation based on district, that can come from the community. There can be a reset of how school board members are elected so that they are by district versus at large. But it is I'll just be honest, it's very hurtful to me when I am accused, or this board is accused again and again, about not caring about students on one side of the district or another. I have gone to as many events at Tosa West, McKinley, Underwood, Eisenhower, etc. Yes, my kids did go to the East Side, and yes, I did go to all their events, but I really hope that we can move from this place that it is an East Side versus West Side. I think there are some very valid points raised about how we make sure that education is equal opportunity, equal access, equal quality. I agree with all of that. But the inference that has been made again and again about that who sits on this board and who they care about is wildly offensive to me. And I am tired of it, and I just want to own it, because I don't vote based on what's best for my kid. If I did, I would have voted a little differently a couple of times. So if we can, moving forward, stop referencing East Side, West Side, this board, myself included, has a responsibility to every student. East Side, West Side, open enrollment, special education, gifted and talented, Black, white, gay, straight. That's who we're responsible for.
We're going to move on to our next comment, please.
May I speak, sir?
I think we're going to move on to our next comment.
Wow.
I
Wow.
think you need to.
The West Side
everybody
board member
speak.
can't speak.
What?
The West Side board member can't speak. You just proved their point. Sorry, I apologize.
Again, Mr. Meyer, you accuse this board of things that are,
Miss Dr. Hoyga,
it's so inappropriate.
I'm gonna. A couple things I want to talk about. I think it would behoove folks to go take a look at the policy around how decisions are made around open seats and open enrollment. Clearly, there's a misunderstanding of how open enrollment policy works. There are no students added for open enrollment after 5th grade. Full stop. There haven't been as long as I've been on the board. Raise your hand if you knew that. Does everybody now understand? No open enrollment that's new after 5th grade. Open enrollment students are only added if there is a seat in that room under a certain number of kids. In elementary, that's usually around 16 to 18. Open enrollment has allowed two things to occur in Wauwatosa, best as I understand it. And I was not on the board at that time. But one, Wauwatosa, we've heard really clearly values and desires small class sizes, particularly at the elementary level. We have smaller class sizes than I suspect maybe every, but certainly nearly every district in the Metro Milwaukee area. It allows more teacher input and engagement. It also allows us to maintain neighborhood schools. There may come a time when the community says we would prefer larger class sizes and not having neighborhood schools. Those are community conversations, but that's what enrollment has allowed us, is my understanding from the last 20 years, to be able to do. Each seat that is open and not filled in a classroom is $0. Open enrollment students bring in $8,500. I would also add to another comment that we had last week, and I think this is really important. One of the things I learned from Mr. Brightman, this is amazing. Elmbrook gets $1,500 more per student for every Wauwatosa student versus every Elmbrook student, going back to 1993. If we funded our per student just for those kids in Wauwatosa, not even open enrollment, we would have $6.7 million more dollars to do all the things that we would like to do in our schools. That's a big number. The whole community, I hope, can get behind advocating the state legislature, who's sitting on $7.1 billion to fund our schools at a higher level. I think the east and west side, I think the center of town, the north side, the south side, can all agree that additional resources to pay teachers, to pay educators, for all the things that we want to do would be of value. So Mr. Dahlgren was here. He and I sat and talked several times about how to calm things. And I'm going to ask that we continue to try to calm things. No one currently sitting on the board, my understanding is, had a child that attended a West Side school.
You're not correct.
One board member in my time here, it does. And I think all of us took an oath to do our very best to represent everyone. And I think we'll all continue to do that. I'm happy to talk and have talked to folks. And I think I would strongly encourage all of my board colleagues to make sure that we are engaging with people in thoughtful ways. We're self-reflexive and we're doing all we can to listen. Mr. Meyer, what are your comments?
Can I speak?
Yes.
Well, first, 18 years on the board, to my knowledge, I have never seen a board member vote in their child's interests as opposed to the community interests. Never, ever. So I, in a very heartfelt and even emotional way, agree with what Mrs. Fraley said. Also, though, there is the through the lens of perspective. And for the sake of equity, we frequently need to hear from people who are from the lens of the stakeholders we are interested in. So it might matter. It might not. It depends upon how good are the listening skills of the board to the heartfelt public comment and even fears of residents of some parts of our community. So, you know, you're all going to have to figure it out for yourselves. I suppose it's individual judgment, what everybody thinks. But I'll repeat, I've never seen a board member vote in their child's interests. Every board member can only vote through what they see through their eyes and hear through their ears. And to the extent that some kind of diversity matters, either at the microphone or speaking from the board chair. We do need to be sure, and sometimes when I don't have the lens of the person whose ox is being bored, I need to go to extra efforts to hear them. Because I'm pretty sure without hearing them, I don't understand what they see and hear. Thank you.
Any more community comment? Okay. We're good. Online. Anything online, Jamie?
Yeah, we have a few hands raised. Margaret F., you have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
Hi, this is Margaret Fritsch, 2404 North 88th Street. First, I have a few things. I want to give a shout out to Todd Dahlgren for taking the high road and stating that statement, because he, as a candidate last year, was name called and took all kinds of abuse. So thank you, Todd. Number two, I think as far as open enrollment, if I heard correctly, the previous speaker was talking about Underwood School and the imbalance of open enrollment students. So I think we need to look at it differently and not pack a school half full of open enrollment students at one location. It just kind of, as a taxpayer, I go, why did we even build that school if we can't fill it? It is no longer a neighborhood school. And number three, the East Side versus West Side is a real thing. It's happening right now with this school board election. And with the school board member who just started attacking another person, it shows what happened with a complaint that was made at a previous board, which same kind of comments. We're not, what's going on social media is not getting lost on us. This kind of stuff is going on social media, and this is an East Side versus West Side. And I am all for it stopping, and I'm going to start today. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Margaret. I appreciate that.
Robin Brannon, you have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
Hi, Robin Brannon, 1429 North 118th Street. My son is in second grade at Underwood. I was not planning to speak tonight until this conversation started regarding open enrollment. A few weeks ago at the board meeting, this board chose to approve the open enrollment non-resident numbers. As you know, that's 47% of our school open enrollment. The closest number to that is Jefferson, which I think was either 22 or 27. Don't quote me on the number. The disparities across the schools in this district are so vast that it has to be addressed. I don't have solutions. You guys are the elected board, and we're looking to you guys to have those difficult conversations. The DPI scores between Underwood and Washington and Lincoln, those numbers aren't okay. That's not okay for our students. It's not okay for our community. It's not okay for anyone involved across both schools. Well, all the schools really. So I'm looking to you guys to not say Underwood is given the resources. I'm looking to you guys to have those conversations about what is wrong. If you're going to talk about how the city works with their budget, let's talk about how the city redistricts. Eisenhower, 7%, Underwood, 47% open enrollment numbers. Why are we not looking at district lines when where people live change? So I welcome all of you guys to Underwood to come and start having these conversations. And you know, I appreciate the conversations I've had with many of you already. And thanks for the time.
Thank you.
There are no more hands raised.
Thank you, Jamie. We are going to move into our consent agenda. Are there any items in the consent agenda which board members would like to remove for separate discussion and action? Mr. Meyer.
Please, for separate discussion and action, the minutes from the February 6th board meeting.
That will be removed. Liam, may I have
I have lost, I
Sorry.
can't connect to the
may
agenda.
I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Zelazowski, you had an update that you shared earlier with the board and wanted to share again.
Yes, thank you. On this week's consent agenda, there are three errors I'd like to call the board's attention to. The first is that in the proposed hourly rate for 2023 for Wauwatosa School District employees of enrichment courses in summer school, the proposed and recommended rate should be listed as $30 per hour. Right now, it's currently listed as $27, and I would ask for that to be noted for the consent agenda. Further, this evening's consent agenda includes the retirement of several of our educators. Dr. Jean Hoffman's last name incorrectly has only one N on the consent agenda, and would ask that the correct spelling be noted with two N's. And finally, also one of our educators retiring this evening, Ms. Mary Kay Delleman, is listed as a fourth grade teacher on the consent agenda, and she is in fact a third grade teacher at this time, and ask for that to be noted as well.
Thank you. May I ask for a board motion to amend the consent agenda to note the hourly rate at $30 per hour versus $27 an hour for enrichment courses?
It is recommended that the school board approve the current agenda minus the minutes with the dollar amount increased to $30. Dr. Hoffman's name spelled properly with one N, and Mary Kay Delleman changed to third grade, and I so move.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any board comment?
Whenever we have staff retire, I think it's important that we acknowledge the incredible commitment that has been made over many, many, many years, whether it be teachers or administrators, but would love to just give a special shout out to Dr. Hoffman and Mr. Hughes for going through what is possibly some of the most challenging years in education that we have seen in this century. I got my mother-in-law a New York Times puzzle that had the front page the day of her birth for 1947. And I was reading some of the articles and came across that one of the front page articles in 1947 was about education and the challenges to schools and teacher hiring and coming back from the war and all of these things. And I felt like you could have taken out a number of those, proper nouns and dates and inserted the last couple of years. And that would have accurately captured what you all have gone through. So a huge thank you to both the two administrators we have here with us tonight and all of the teachers who have put in the hard work through the years. So thank you very much. I don't know if Ms. Mufeld wants to share anything either.
Well, only that this would be a vote that I might vote no to, just because I know the staff is out there shaking their head not to do that. But I do sincerely appreciate, I just can't even, I can't even put words to it. Just the amount of talent that is here on our consent agenda this evening. And just my sincere thank you to you and for all of your efforts.
Thank you. Ms. Summers, please call the roll.
Ms. Millfeld?
Yes.
Ms. Fraley?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Dr. Jessup Anger?
Yes.
Dr. Hoig?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Ms. Willis?
Yes.
And the consent agenda passes minus the minutes. Mr. Meyer.
Thank you. Dr. Means has a handout that I prepared, and it is a reprint of Wisconsin statute 19.96, having to do with penalties for open meetings violation. And once you all have it, please take this conversation as intended in good spirit. So no worries here tonight on this. So when you all have it, I'll read a portion of it. It says, no member of a governmental body is liable under this subchapter on account of his or her attendance at a meeting held in violation of this subchapter if he or she makes or votes in favor of a motion to prevent the violation from occurring, or if, before the violation occurs, his or her votes on all relevant motions were inconsistent with all those circumstances which cause the violation. The minutes for this meeting contain an open session prior to our going into closed session. In that open session, the board received advice from counsel in open meeting. I am having I need help. I'll say to try to reconcile what I just read with what I heard in that meeting. And maybe I heard incorrectly. Maybe it's all on me. Maybe in some fashion, my cognitive abilities failed. Could be, it happens. So I am concerned for the board as to whether we need to memorialize something in the official minutes. The vote to go into closed session was 5-2. 2 board members voted no. I'm sure those were heartfelt votes. And what I am going to propose by motion is that we table the minutes until after the full board has met with neutral legal counsel for advice on how to author the minutes, just in case there is something we need to put in those minutes that we wouldn't typically think to put in them. So the objective here is to table this until after the full board. I mean, I'm thinking like, is this a second opinion or what? I mean, this is sometimes a lifeline comes from an unexpected place. So please hear my request in that spirit. The idea that things could have been done differently. Well, as my hands shake here, because these things are not easy for me, folks, just to do this, I believe in what I'm doing, but it is emotional all the time for me, in a heartfelt way. And so I'm going to move that we table the minutes until after the board has opportunity to meet with neutral legal counsel for advice on crafting of the minutes. And I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
May I provide further discussion, sir, Mr. President?
Before we do,
Okay.
I want to go around to kind of everyone else.
Okay.
It's really.
So I'm not sure who best to direct this question to because we don't have any legal counsel in the room. So if I understand what you're saying, Mr. Meyer, it's that the board was given counsel that you just.
Yeah, and I don't want to repeat that. I don't want to be giving legal counsel here tonight.
No.
Right,
I just want to make sure I understand
right,
your
right.
request.
For what was said.
Yep.
Doesn't line up with what this reads. Now, often you read a statute, you read a statute and you think you know what it means, but you really don't.
Right.
Right, that happens all the time. So I want to be able to understand how this aligns with what we were told in the meeting. Because I voted no, I feel like I'm safe. There's 5 of you who voted yes. So here's my concern that you know, and in the spirit of do things differently.
Right.
Folks,
Yeah, okay.
to move us through pretty expediently, I'm going to pull this off the agenda for the night right now.
I was just gonna
No
say,
vote needed.
it
I'm just
seems
gonna
like
pull it from the consent
it
agenda.
benefits us long-term
That's
to make sure
totally
we're
fine.
all, and any new board members are very clear on how to
Right.
interpret
Right.
this.
And I, in a heartfelt way, believe the seven of us get in a legal advice session closed with somebody who is fresh eyes on all of this stuff involved in this.
So I'm going to remove that from the agenda and that'll allow us to move forward.
Dr. Jessica, may I ask a question?
Sure.
Mr. Meyer, I'm just trying to understand why not bring this to the attention of Dr. Means or Dr. Jessup Banger prior to the meeting?
I
So that They
did.
could get clarification.
I did. I brought it to the attention of Dr. Means.
Okay.
And he needs me to do my job too, and this is I thought the proper way
Sure.
to. Okay, so I'm sincere with what I'm saying. This is not a confrontational approach I'm taking. This is let's all get together and talk,
I understand.
request.
Thank you.
I'm going to move us forward.
Can I just clarify something so it's in the minutes though? To remove something from the consent agenda after it had already been put out to the public is why it has to be done by a board member. It cannot be done by administration.
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure the public understands
You
that too.
entertain a motion to table, or I don't know what the right process is actually.
I'm removing it from the agenda for the evening and I'll put it back on a future agenda.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm happy to do that.
Thank you.
And what I would say, board members have certain things that they would like to in the future. I would be happy if you'd like to reach out and kind of talk through it. And I'd be happy to remove certain things. So that would be beneficial for me to hear. Next up, strategic goal 1, discussion and review of the proposed 2023-2024 school year calendar. Dr. Means.
Thank you. I'm pleased to present a series of calendars, one for the elementary school level, the middle school level, and the high school level for the 23-24 school year. This is after, I believe, a very extensive community engagement process where we have reached out to the community through a survey. There has been at least 2 different instances where we've worked with ETA Council on feedback, and we've allowed the community to give us direction on if they were in favor of a strong start or not. And what you have in front of you is a calendar that starts after Labor Day. So Labor Day is Monday, September 4th. We start school on September 5th. We did receive the waiver from DPI, but the feedback that we've received through numerous channels is that it was the preference of the community to start on September 5th. We do not have a strong start model of any way, shape, or form at the elementary school level. At the middle school level, I would call it a strong start light model, where we are suggesting that we start with our 6th graders for a strong start day on September 5th. And the 7th and 8th graders would then report to school on Wednesday, September 6th. And then for the high school level, the freshmen would have a half day onto themselves for a strong start. Then we would have the rest of the students come in the second half of the day on September 5th. Some other important dates are listed on the calendar. Our junior kindergarten staff have weighed in and provided dates that they would like to start with the jump start and their official start date, and also their junior conference or their junior kindergarten conference days. We would end the school year on June 6th. So that allows us to end that first week in June. As was shared in December, the state of Wisconsin moved away from a number of days that you have to log as a requirement. Now there's a certain number of hours that you have to log in. I'm pleased to say that all 3 of our levels are meeting the hour requirements. I want to thank Dr. Marble and Mr. Hughes. Actually, Mr. Hughes was our boots on the ground advisor on how we would actually make the hours work for our secondary schools. So we know that we're meeting the right number of hours with these calendars. It was never a debate with our elementary level. We know that we're logging the right number of hours at the elementary level, but the secondary level has been complex to log the full amount of hours, but we know that we have the right amount of hours. In this calendar, we have 2 days of inclement weather days embedded in the calendar. So if we have to close for a number of different reasons, we have those 2 days embedded in the calendar as well. I would just conclude by saying that a school calendar is more to us from an administrative standpoint, is more to us than just the days of when we start school and when we end school. It does impact and set the academic culture of a school system. And we believe that where the conferences are placed, we received a lot of feedback from the superintendent teacher advisory committee of ensuring that those days are early enough where we can catch students and help them if they're struggling academically or socially, emotionally. We made sure that we provided our teachers with as many teacher-directed work days as possible. So often we have professional learning days that teachers will come back and provide feedback on. It's not as valuable to me. And I remember as a classroom teacher, some days it's really nice to have the ability to go into your classroom and close your door and catch up with your grades. It grounds you in a better way. And so we have those days embedded here. The feedback from our principals, because we received quite a bit of feedback from principals, was that they felt that from a social, emotional standpoint for the entire organization, both students and teachers, to have a mid-spring break would be really helpful. So you'll note that April 26th, that Friday, April 26th is a day off for everyone. I'm sensing right now in February that people need spring break now. And so even after spring break, there's a long runway. And that's what I mean by a calendar is more than dates. It truly sets the academic tone for a school system. So these are the recommended calendars for next school year.
Or comments and questions?
I have a question about the feedback you received from the survey. Were you able to disaggregate that by elementary, middle, or high school, or was just a collective?
Collective.
Okay.
Yes.
So we don't really have a sense of what the elementary teachers wanted versus what maybe the secondary teachers wanted necessarily? No. Okay.
Or parents.
Or parents.
Right.
Maybe that's something we can do moving forward because, I'm all for the Strong Start, and I thought it'd be a great way to make connections with even our youngest learners as they, enter school maybe for the first time or just, to kind of evaluate them, have a chance to assess them, see where they're at academically, social, emotionally, and make connections with teachers. So, I'm a little disappointed that the Strong Start didn't happen in elementary, but maybe we can somehow capture responses better to see where teachers, staff, especially, and parents feel at the different levels.
I appreciate that feedback. I think we need to create a longer runway for dialogue with our principals and our parents and teachers to get a better sense of what that could look like at the elementary level. I think some of our teachers expressed to me that they were a little leery of having some level of an assessment provided to a student during their Strong Start visit. But that's usual and customary, where if a third grade student walked into the classroom to meet their teacher for the first time, there's something that we call running records, where you test the reading fluency of a student. That gives the teacher the ability to get a grounding on how the fluency is where they're starting the school year. But I think our teachers need to get a better handle on what that could look like and have greater voice in that process. I think overall, ideally, we can continue this conversation. There's a lot of benefit to a family and a student having the ability to connect with their new teacher before the school year starts. So you just have a sense of who the student is, how their summer went. We're going to talk about the youth risk behavior survey in a few minutes, and we're going to talk about discipline in a few minutes. Having a better understanding of who students are as people and connecting with them on a personal level, I do believe there's a lot of benefit, but this is a new concept. And we want to create more of a opportunity for people to have craftsmanship and womanship to what this looks like for themselves. So I'm looking forward to continuing the conversation.
And my second question, have you received feedback on this calendar from staff or families? Yes.
People are, I actually scheduled 2 listening sessions a couple of weeks ago for the calendars, and no one showed up. And what I've learned in my, I don't want to say brief because it feels like I've been here for a while. I think we saw it during public comment this evening. I don't think if the community had an opinion on the calendar, they would have shown up for those listening sessions. In fact, at the area council meeting, one of the members at the PTA council meeting, they said, well, did anyone show up to your listening sessions? The response was no. And they said, well, we've had a chance to weigh in. This has been, many of you have been around this district for many years. I believe that this is the most collaborative and most involved. We've allowed people to weigh in on where dates should be placed and what their preferences are. So I feel confident that there's been ample opportunity for feedback.
Thank you.
So like Ms. Willis, I was a little bit disappointed that we weren't going to maintain the strong start. I was glad to see in this calendar that we were keeping it for a couple of really important transitional grades, our 6th grade students, and then that half day strong start for our 9th grade students, because I do think when we talk about culture and building expectations, I think this is a really important opportunity where we can do some of that. And then my hope is, of course, that can reverberate for many years to come. Can you talk about how we can measure the benefit or the outcomes of these strong start days so that when we come into our 2024 school year, we can kind of, as we're presenting and creating the calendar, we might have some of that data about whether the strong start really does have the benefits that we are anticipating it could have.
We would love the opportunity to ask the students at the 6th grade level and the 9th grade level, and I think it'll give us the ability to even triangulate the data a little bit, of 3 questions in particular. This school year, we would ask this first question. This school year, I feel more connected to my school community. So that'll be important for a freshman or 6th grader to give us that feedback. The second question would be, this school year, I feel I've formed stronger relationships with my peers. That'll be important to know if there's been some continued connection. And then finally, the question around, I formed better relationships with my teachers. Those are 3 questions that we would want to pose to our 6th graders and 9th graders next year to get a sense of where can we tweak things and improve things with the strong start that we'll have with the 6th graders and the 9th graders.
I'm going to pick up on that comment quick because I think it's timely, and then Mr. Meyer, I'll come to you. One of the things that I saw in the youth behavior risk survey data, I think I saw, is that kids are less likely last fall to have a connection with an adult in their schools. That was one of it was a red flag for me. Now, after a couple of years of COVID, I understand how and why that could happen, but I would love to see anything that we can do to attack that, to see where we can build those opportunities, giving teachers time, giving students an opportunity to develop that sense of connection at all levels. So I think how that's done, I'm not sure, but that it's done and we're really intentional about it, I think is really, really important. Mr. Meyer.
Thank you. I'll just throw this out there. I see in our data, so many children don't have enough to eat. And I think any kind of an event, such as a strong start, if we could somehow have food, in some constructive, happy way, people just feel like they belong when, they get snacking and munching. I note the superintendent's office with his very
Robust.
accommodating
Snack.
basket of things that, I know, even if you don't take any, you just feel good that it's there, and so I would suggest we have some supporting activities, maybe even involve community groups if possible.
In the past,
You know,
Mr. Meyer,
yeah.
it's a great suggestion. In the past,
Yeah.
with strong starts that I've had with students, we either work with a community group or groups that have pizza or fun food that students would want, or we work with and I think it's an we work with our food service to really have fun and have a unique special menu for that day.
Yeah, I know that there's groups such as the Kiwanis, the self-interested plug there, shameless, but they're looking for ways to help, and I'm sure there's many, many other groups. We can all point to a group, an employer or someone who could send volunteers to help us with those events. Yeah. Thanks.
I have two questions. The first is a clarifying question. I noticed on the high school calendar, a note at the bottom that says 15 minutes must be added to the day, which is not present on the other two calendars for the elementary or middle school. Could you just clarify what that is?
Pretty straightforward. We have to add 15 minutes to the school day because of the instructional minute issue that I referenced earlier.
Wonderful. Okay,
we just, when you consider, so let me expand. When you consider some of the other nuances that are involved with the high school schedule, such as the junior only day for ACT testing,
that was my next question.
Semester exams, having to have the half days for that, or how it's been in the past.
There's just nuances. Thank you, Dr. Marble. There's just certain nuances to a high school schedule that are not present with a middle school or elementary schedule.
Awesome. That's what I figured. I just wanted clarification. Thank you. And you answered my other question about ACT. So thank you.
And we think that's really important. I thank you for that question. Dr. Marble and Mr. Hughes and I felt that was really important for us to designate enough time for ACT testing, or it's just the juniors in the building. It helps teachers proctor that very important assessment that the state of Wisconsin has deemed a required assessment for all students. It creates a different testing environment. But we also believe, and I think it goes back to Mr. Meyer's statement of, and we want to make sure there's food available. So let's get bagels and juice and other things in the hallways. I hope community groups are hearing me say that as well. If we can create a very nice, welcoming testing environment for the ACT testing day versus having all the students in the high schools that day, we believe that we'll see better results.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
It's really.
My only request is that there might be a date in time where we say this is the date by which we will make this decision, so that families, teachers, otherwise can make plans accordingly. So like, I am fully in support of Strong Start, but I would have voted against it just because I feel like our runway wasn't long enough. So I want us to make sure we have data, but I also want us to make sure that we don't shoot ourselves in the foot by making a decision, too late to so that folks plan accordingly.
This is the last time we'll bring a calendar for the impending school year to the board in February. We'll bring these much earlier. So if there is a concept around Strong Start, we want to make sure that it's grounded in our strategic plan. I think that I didn't do a good job. I didn't do a good enough job in saying, here are the strategic objectives that we're grounding us in. And I think we'll also bring them sooner. So if there are people who have plans, that they can work around them. And then the last thing I will share is that even if there are plans, I just want to convey to our parent community and our teaching staff that we will always work around those things. Even if there are challenges, we'll always find a way to make sure that personal plans are respected.
Any final board comment on this before I give a couple?
Can I just ask a clarifying question on the 15 minutes? Thank you for bringing that up. I didn't even see that on the calendar. Is that going to be at the front of the day or the back of the day?
It's spread throughout the day.
Front and back? Are we starting earlier, ending later?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
that is still being under development. We want some additional feedback from students, families, staff to make the most informed decision. So still being determined.
Gotcha. We're going to look at the data around sleep here very shortly. And I just want to highlight our students are not getting nearly enough sleep.
Yes.
It's my responsibility. Our ideal is to spread out that 15 minutes throughout the day where it's just not front loaded or back loaded. If you back load it too much, it'll create problems for clubs and athletics. If you front load it, then the CDC just came out with a study that said that young people at the secondary level are not getting enough sleep. The University of Minnesota study that has been replicated multiple times now indicates that young people are not getting enough sleep. So we're going to be strategic about it, but it's, we know that we have to add 15 minutes.
I just want to clarify that we don't have a lot of room to weave it in throughout the day. So there will be a distinct change to the start and or end time.
Is along the same lines, is there flexibility within passing time? No, there's not. Okay.
Not much.
Okay.
You're good. So my question is just, we're adding almost like 15 minutes to the end of the day. Does it not seem a little more economical to put it in the Wednesdays? Because already we've pushed the Wednesdays back from last year. So
yep, that's under consideration as well. So thank you for pointing that out. Absolutely. Yep.
So my comment is, I think one of the things that I've been happy to see this year, and part of it's a return from the pandemic, some of it's new ideas coming forward, is a bevy of parents just did middle school, high school orientations. And they were back and they were really excited about it and feeling really good. There are, wherever there's opportunities to weave families into the fabric of new schools, it's a scary thing going from elementary school to middle school. As a parent and as a young student. I really like the concepts brought forward in the Strong Start. And I benefit from having spent chunks of my career developing this on college campuses. How do you help students make the transition from high school to college successfully? At Big Ten schools, it looks different than at regional schools, but all of this stuff really benefits all students. And I think that was some of the things I heard from the community is, why don't we just have some students do it and not others? And really, what much of the post-secondary research says, and I have not dug into the high school literature, is that all of these practices on helping students be ready academically, helping students understand culture, having students feel like they've connected with adults and peers and opportunities to be engaged, these things all lay a groundwork for rising to and meeting expectations through the transition process. So I understand I think all the good reasons, and I'm glad all the feedback was taken, and I'm comfortable with where we landed. But I would love to see us look in future out years of other ways that we can continue to strengthen these transition points from elementary to middle to high school, so that we have students who are excited, ready, prepared, and hit the ground running throughout this process. Because I think all of the things that were presented to us, I was really on board with. I understand how that was hard to implement this year. So I hope that whether it's summer, it comes back to us, or early fall, it comes back to us, that it does come back to us. So seeing no other comments, this will be back as an action item on the agenda in a couple weeks. We'll take community comment, and the community is certainly welcome to, if you've got anything that you want to share via email to the board, or you're welcome to comment at our next meeting as well. I'm going to move us forward to strategic goal 3, social, emotional, and mental health. 2 items underneath this: the annual youth risk behavior survey analysis and the mid-year discipline data review. This is a unique one. I hope the community saw and had available a variety of different information that was presented in 2 online presentations. One of the things that we are doing at this meeting is we are the presentations were done and uploaded to board docs. So folks can either watch them before the meeting, you're welcome to watch them afterwards. And what we're here for now at this point is a Q&A with boards and board comments and so on from this. So the presentation is available and it has happened and it was sent out to the community and is available on the board docs. And I presume my colleagues on the board have been able to dig into that, take notes. Would love for folks to be able to also on the board reach out to Dr. Means if you've got comments of like, did this work? How did this feel? This is something that we agreed that we would try. And please do that. And now we're open for discussion. Dr. Means, anything you want to do to set the stage?
No, I'll turn it over to Mr. Pena, who will introduce the panel.
Yes, I want to introduce ourselves. So Luke Pinion, Chief of People and Family Support, and I'll go ahead and let my colleagues introduce themselves as well.
Hi, good evening. I'm Emily O'Connor, Director of Student Success.
Hi, I'm Laura Stevens. I'm the Health Officer and Director of the Wauwatosa Health Department.
And I'll take a minute just to kind of ground ourselves in the data that we looked at or listened to us speak to in the presentation. This is our, it's actually every other year, the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, YRBS. It is sponsored by the CDC as well as the Department of Public Instruction. It's administered across all the states in the United States and is done every other year. We take it in alignment with that calendar. And generally it's done in the spring of odd years. So we'll be queuing up to take it in February of 2023, right around the corner here. And this was pushed back due to the pandemic. So you're looking at fall of 2021 data when we look at these. It did take over a year or just around a year to get the reports from the Department of Public Instruction. It's kind of a long turnaround time when we're talking about some lagging data here. However, just kind of remember that time frame when you're looking at the data of what was going on, where we were at in the pandemic in the fall of 2021. And as a reminder, it's completely anonymous. There's a lot of power in the anonymity of it in terms of students being truthful, and it's all perception, self-reported data. So when we have certain questions at certain points, we may have to just kind of understand this is coming from students and their perspective when they're answering questions. And then you can see the areas that we lifted forward. I don't want to underestimate either the amount of work that went into or understate how much work went into getting this in a presentable format for you. The reports the state gives us are very lengthy, 150 plus pages. They do not include trend data. So we were really trying to pull, the health department's been an excellent partner with us in this effort, but we wanted to get it in a format for you all and for our teams that we also met with to dive in deeper, that was digestible, easy to understand, and could speak to the trends as well. When you see the highlighting, of course, that was again, whether there was positive movement from the last administration or movement in an undesired direction is how we coded those.
I think based on the format, Mr. or Dr. Jessup Anger, the panel's ready for any questions the board may have.
As well.
Just to understand, what exactly did the students self-report? So did they self-report their race, their LGBTQIA?
Every single question on the entire survey. Yes.
They reported.
Yes.
They were.
Correct. Yep, because it's completely anonymous. There would be no way to tie that back to the student. So it is all a question that's asked in there filling out the survey.
Were you able to, some of those demographic numbers that we might have, some of that data that we might have, were you able to compare like the survey results to some of the data that we have?
We didn't dive in beyond just the response rate, which was really strong when you look at the DPI in terms of how many students filled it out. But we didn't cross-check every demographic area to see if it jived with the percentages that we were seeing here.
Is there going to be an opportunity to look and see where Wauwatosa is an outlier, both positively or negatively against like some of our peer groups close and far? Yeah, I know it's a lot of work.
Absolutely. Part of the problem was the state, and last I checked maybe a week or two ago, they still hadn't released their very beautifully packaged summary report from the data. So we were kind of waiting to go into the raw data set of the statewide is an animal. Sure. It was a lot to lift to get it to this point, but yes, absolutely. When the state releases their summary report that is well packaged, it would be much easier to draw those comparisons and see how we line up. I will say when I was looking back to 2019, we saw a lot of the same trends that the state is seeing. And that's typical of districts at the local level. They tend to mirror a lot of the trends.
Well, it's just interesting, like every district had a little different approach during that time to the student experience. And it would be, I don't know, it would just be interesting to see like, how did our group of students compare to other districts that made some different decisions
Yeah, our ultimate vision was to get state averages in the nice built dashboard that we have so that can be kind of a constant comparable from year to year.
I appreciate that. Thanks. This is awesome. Thank you so much.
Dr. White.
I have a few questions. So first, thank you for this presentation. It was really good, and I really appreciated that you did give us that historical data. It was really helpful to be able to see kind of where we were, especially that you didn't just do one cycle back, but really did a couple of cycles back, because sometimes there were outliers even in that 2017, I think was, or no, 2019 data. And I also think this was really timely since we're going through our discipline data later, or next, I should say. I think it's really helpful to kind of ground that conversation in this first, which is, this broad range of behaviors, moods, how that's presented both internally and externally, and how does that then affect what we see in our classroom setting and how that plays out. Because I think sometimes there's this narrative that we have they're bad kids causing problems in schools. And I think what this data very clearly tells us is that we have a lot of students who are in distress. None of the data surprised me. It's very much in alignment with what everyone has been acknowledging, which is that mental health has been getting worse pre-COVID, and it just has been exacerbated during the pandemic. So not surprised by any of this data. I'm going to kind of start broad and then I'm going to narrow down. So broadly, I want to tie this back to our strategic plan, because I think that's so important. And I want to make sure that we are continuing to always look at the data that we have and figuring out what's our next step. What do we do with it? So I want to talk about a couple of things under strategic objective. There's 3.1, which is to introduce and revive developmentally appropriate district-wide framework that supports and integrates trauma-sensitive restorative practices and PBIS school programs for teachers and staff to embed into their classrooms to allow us to provide access to support and services for all students. And I know this is just starting, but can we talk a little bit about what that has looked like thus far this year and kind of what you're anticipating in the next year or so?
You want to take this one, Emily?
Sure. Yeah. So as in alignment with that work, we have a school culture and student success committee right now that is really doing kind of a review of current practice in our district as it relates to strategic objective 3.1 and the work that's in there. They've also been really grounding in what is best practice in the research as well. So what is our current practice? And then what is the research really saying needs to happen in order to move this forward? So by the end of the year, we hope to have that at least more fully articulated for all schools, at least at a universal level. So again, in all classrooms, in our schools, what would this really look like from a big picture framework perspective? So that by next year, we would be able to start moving on that, the key performance indicator, or the kind of the next step of 3.1, which is really regrounding in some good professional learning and training, especially with our administrators and student services teams who are deeply embedded in this work. So we know that classroom teachers and educational assistants, everyone really plays a part within that. But those two roles especially are really key leaders in it. So that's kind of where we're at. We're meeting on a monthly basis right now. I suspect we will need to probably increase our cadence and time just to make sure that we're really fully dedicated to getting to a good spot by May. Yeah.
And then the other strategic objective that I wanted to call out was 3.3, where we're talking about using data to drive decisions, and then also making sure that we can monitor kind of how our students are doing. Now, this data is really important, but it only comes out every other year. So let's talk about how we're going to get a better sort of pulse on what's happening in our schools with our students. And I think this is also really important when we talk about preventative measures, because what we're seeing is on the back end, we're seeing the outburst, we're seeing the dysregulation. But what we need to do is not respond to, I mean, we do need to respond to that, but what we really need to do is to identify who's at risk and how do we capture that earlier so that we can support them before we're having some of those problems. So question, yes. How are we doing with so I think what we're looking at for this year is the analysis and assessment to see if we can do a screener to identify kind of when our students are at risk. How are we doing with the identification of a screener?
So we identified, we had a lot of conversations around the screening piece in terms of all the strategic plan components. That was one that the team and many discussions felt needs to come a little bit later. We have so much foundational work, to Emily's point, around the guarantees we're providing all students. We still don't have general social emotional learning curriculums at all of our schools. We are building systems to ensure what universal guarantees happen for children socially, emotionally. There's so much foundational work that we did feel like jumping to screening would be premature until we've done our due diligence at meeting the universal needs and having the guarantees around what we're even screening against. So right now it's really about ensuring we're leveraging the pulse survey information and some other data that we have at our fingertips that's more identifiable for students potentially, and ensuring that we're visible and accessible with the pathways that we have for support. So of all of the goal areas, that would be the one that would be delayed.
Are you thinking like timeline, a full year delay, a 6-month delay?
It's probably going to be closer to that year. I think, like Mr. Pinion said, given where we want to make sure that teams are able to have a robust conversation with that high level data. Screening measures that we can use for social emotional learning and kind of underlying mental health concerns can uncover some pretty significant amount of information, and we want to be prepared to ethically be able to respond to that data. So right now, like Mr. Pinion said, there are other sources of data that we can use that are more behavioral based, that we are able to identify students through that. And there's actually been some good research recently. I'd have to pull that out, but around the correlation between teachers who really know their students and being able to identify them as at risk. And so with a really good, strong, robust teacher referral system, it can actually serve as sort of an interim measure before we get to that screener process.
I'd also like to add, there's some underutilized tools that we have. So for example, second step at the elementary school is our foundational curriculum for teaching social skills and social emotional learning. There's unit assessments built into there. There are other opportunities that we're not leveraging or acting on data where we might have opportunity, again, before jumping to a plan for screening. There's just so much foundational learning that we want to make sure we've got in place, and we're doing due diligence there before identification.
Appreciate that. How am I doing on my time?
We took a long time to answer. So
I know. Dr. Jess Banger holds it to my. Okay.
Excuse me, may I grant some of my time to Dr. Hoyt? She's the smart person. I just have right, you are.
You may grant some of your time.
I grant some of my time to Dr. Hoyt. I have short questions, just she can have most of my time, all right?
8 minutes?
Whatever you think, sir. Just give her a letter.
I will give you half the time he's granted. He's given up 8 and I'm giving you 4.
Okay.
4 goes back to everyone going home early.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
Let's talk about ESSER dollars, because ESSER dollars have really funded not almost all, but a great number of our mental health positions that are currently in place. Those dollars then expire at the end of next school year, so spring 2024. Thoughts on or plans for how to maintain those positions? It's clear from this data that we got that we need mental health supports in our buildings. How can we do that?
Absolutely. So we're engaging in a process with the business office around different leverage items, meaning items that we don't have currently in our budget that we would like to see in place that connect to our goals, strategic plan. And ESSER funded positions are a very big part of that discussion in terms of reconciling and using some tools like a decision analysis to kind of understand where those fit. But if you ask the three of us, we will be the most fierce advocates of mental health positions. And we certainly see the need. So we don't have an answer in terms of how that will ultimately shake out right now, but we are engaged in the process to get there.
Okay. And then I'm going to draw your attention to some really granular data, but I think it's interesting because I'm always like a big proponent of let's look at patterns of behavior and see what makes sense. So here's one of the things that I've noticed. So this is all the high school data, okay? So at our high school, they ask about % of students who engaged in a fight at school. So that is down from 19%, which was the high, that was in 2017. It's now 5% in 2021. So again, this is 5% of our students are saying they engaged in a fight in the last 12 months in school. We also asked about students who believe that violence is a problem at school. That was 52% of our high school students in 2015. That's a huge number. I'm really glad to see that that's down to 16% in 2021. Bullying too was moving in a positive direction. So bullying at the secondary level, 27% of our students reported that in 2017. It's 11% in 2021. So that all looks really good. But then we asked this question, what percent of you or do you feel safe at school? And that number has continued to decline year over year or biennial after biennial. What do you think is causing this feeling of being unsafe in the schools when our data tells us that our students, if you look at like breaking down the behaviors that would be unsafe, those tell us that things are moving in a really positive direction, but our students are reporting, or a greater number of our students are reporting feeling unsafe. Can you talk about that?
I noticed the same exact kind of conflict in terms of the data, and not that I have the answer. I can only speculate and kind of hypothesize as to why that is. But I think it's a perception, right? So it's how are students perceiving what they're claiming as a fight. So that's one piece of just what they're disclosing and circling that box or filling that in. But I also think there's a reality that our fights are much more publicized. They're recorded more often. They're being pushed out on social media. They're being shared that way. So the frequency at which they're seeing these things has increased. And in some ways, they're more violent. So you put those two together, and the visibility then is there. So what they're reporting in terms of their involvement in fights, their involvement in bullying is decreasing. And what we see in the data, great things to celebrate. And then how do we reconcile? But there's still this sense of safety and why. So that's where my mind goes. I don't know if you have any other thoughts.
And what can we do about that? Because I mean, it's very disturbing. It bothers me that we have, 16% of our students at the secondary level say they feel unsafe in our schools. That really bothers me. What can we do to help increase the sense of safety for those students? Because it isn't really, at least according to this data, it really isn't about making sure that the school is free of violence. I mean, that's part of it, yes, but the students are reporting that they're not actually exposed to a ton of that, and that they themselves are not involved in that. So what can we do as a school community or as a board that is going to help with that?
I think partly working off of what Mr. Pinion just shared is students need an avenue to process that, because their reality is what they have access to, what they experience on a day-to-day basis with their peers in their classrooms in their school. And social media has really changed that perception. It's like it's happening even if they are not directly involved, even if they are not in the hallway. It is still very real because it's being perpetuated through this other kind of avenue of social interaction. So one of the things that we have really stressed, especially at our secondary schools, but K-12 as well, with our principals and our student services teams is find an adult, talk to an adult, take that time so that they can check in with students. So I think that has just honestly been a theme this year, to just continue to open up the dialogue and remind students that we have teams that are available to help them process when they are feeling anxious or if something is a trigger, so that we can triage that and provide them with supports both in school, but get in touch with the family to connect with other resources as they might be helpful. So it's just an initial thought that I had.
And I would also like to see more discussions at the advisory level, just with student to student, about what are we gaining here? What is the purpose of this? And then also our administrators are now, not that we want to focus purely punitive, but looking into students who are recording too, like, you're violating a couple different policies here. Like, this is unacceptable. You're exacerbating the real sense of safety in the school. So again, like you'll hear in the discipline behavior presentation, it has to be a multi-angled approach in terms of how we address it. But I would really love to see more student to student conversations and in discussing that exact piece.
Can I add to this point, just because it's timely and relevant? Just looking at that and seeing some of the numbers, especially around our students of color involved in fights and behavior referrals, and comparing that to them as a high-risk population. I mean, their sense of belonging and their the sense of having an adult or teacher to talk to that they feel safe about is so much lower than their white peers. And so kind of going back to strategic goal 2.1, what are we doing? Like what strategies and programs are we implementing? You know, I know we talked about like increasing representation, things around affinity groups, but what are we doing during the school day to help increase the sense of belonging for some of these students that we see are disproportionately having behavioral referrals, but also telling us that they don't have a sense of belonging or they don't have an adult in the school that they feel connected. That was it.
Good question. So a couple things that come to mind is constant reflection on the extracurriculars that we do offer and making sure that they are relevant to the youth that we see and are with all day. Couple of other key areas that I do want to highlight is we have been really thoughtful about engaging in with community partners in terms of providing some more mentor-based or mentoring-based supports within our schools. Some of that has been existing for a long time, and now it's an opportunity for us to think more creatively about the programming that we offer at schools. So a few of those things hopefully will start within the next few months. Trying to think of a couple other things here.
Right. And Shonda couldn't be here tonight, but I'm sure she would be talking about a lot of her work with our DEI advocates and how those have recently been really standardized and are kind of ready to go live in our buildings. And so that's another layer of support for students and families and staff around having an advocate and a voice in their building. So there's different pieces that we'd speak to around that. I'm just kind of looking at her notes as you answer, not entirely prepared for every question there.
I mean, this data, you know, just with our high-risk groups, our queer students and our Black and brown students was just, you know, so telling that they don't have a sense of belonging. That fortunately, I think a lot of our queer students had great connections with their teachers and staff, far more than our students of color, but just, you know, really using this data to hear what our students are telling us, that they don't feel a sense of belonging, and how can we address that through policy, through practice, through programs to ensure that they do, because we all know that that's correlated with their academic achievement as well.
Thank you.
Dr. Hoyt, you're done.
I'm done. Thank you so much. You guys are doing amazing work, and it's so important. Thank you so much.
Mr. Meyer.
What I've seen, and this is my 40,000-foot view, because certainly I'm no expert like Dr. Hoyk is, and I say that with all respect, Dr. Hoyk. Where we fail is something along well, we have a plan, we have techniques supported by data, and somehow either in the execution on the plan, we don't have the finesse, you know, it's something about, you know, you could mechanically play a violin, or you can really masterfully musically play a violin, and it's different. And when we're working with people, there's a skill involved in the execution of the techniques. And I would like us to put, maybe we do, but if we don't, to look at it, appropriate like training and mentoring into those finesse skills that go with executing on the plan. The other aspect is the taking away of the professional judgment of the people who are executing on the plan, that we must go to a data outcome, or not that anybody explicitly says that. I don't want to get into that tonight, but that every once in a while, the intervention strategies aren't going to work. And now there's a balance with respect to our other moral objectives, which are protecting victims, keeping victims safe. And in the past, and this actually has happened, we had an investigation in 2013 we didn't have a safety valve to stop the strategy when it wasn't working. We just kept doing it over and over again. And the quote from the report is, unfortunately, these measures on their own were not sufficient to resolve the behavioral issues. So, and then the people around you, the students, see that there's not that, you know, when I'm really now hurting as the victim, it just keeps happening every day. And then their friends see it and the parents see it. And it doesn't take much time to cause people to lose confidence in what we're doing. So somehow we have to promote in our staff and give them the freedom to exercise professional judgment as to when the techniques that we want on the molding of the, you know, the person who's doing the thing that's the bad thing or the whatever thing, the unproductive thing, it's not working. So there's got to be some balance here to save the victim from whatever trauma they're going through. And I have seen that we don't understand when things go incorrectly, the way we don't want. It's where we broke down on recognizing that balance and the people in your chairs knowing you have the permission, in fact, encouraged as a duty to decide it's not working, whatever the safety valve is, whatever the, you know, the emergency parachute to get out of this process, and we got to get a new process going on here. That's where, and I'm trying to be as constructive as I can, that you know, in my old profession, I was very proud to be able to exercise professional judgment. And there's always those decisions where the rules don't help, but the guiding principles do. And so that's where I encourage you to look to, you know, be sure you have a strategy for when the main strategy isn't working out. We have to be able to invoke some alternate process.
Mr. Pinion, panel, do you mind if I weigh in? I'm not as versed as you guys. But Mr. Meyer, what I would share with you is that for 23 years now in the state of Wisconsin, there's a statute. And for any staff member listening, the statute number is 118.164. That statute was put in place in 1999. It allows any staff member, and I don't think you were saying this explicitly, but this is what your comments took me to. It allows any staff member to remove a student from their class anytime they believe that that student is causing so much of a disruption, they need to go. Now, an administrator has the ability to sit down with that staff member and to say, well, what do we need to do to fix this? But the staff member has control under state statute, under the law, to remove a student from their class. And if a teacher believes that that student is causing the duress for the rest of the class or what have you, their professional judgment has been solidified in law. So that's number one. I think number two, during the budgeting process this spring, we will be bringing to the board the request of having some type of alternative programming for, not an alternative school, I want to be very careful, but alternative programming for young people who need they need to be removed from a classroom situation for a time period, not for the remainder of their educational career or for a school year, but for a time period. We don't have those off-ramps right now. So if I'm a classroom teacher and I know Eric comes into my classroom every day and he's insubordinate, he's disrespectful, and when I try to redirect him with all the strategies I have, he confronts me. And when he confronts me, he then has the rest of the class behind him. At some point, if you use all of those strategies and you feel, I don't know what else to do, A, our teachers have the law, 118.164, and B, we need to come up with alternative programming for that student so there's a time period of a break. So I think where the board can weigh in is with that alternative programming, because right now, the hands are tied of our team if a teacher and or a principal called Mr. Pinion or Miss O'Connor and said, we don't know what else to do with this student. We need at least a 2-week break so we can develop other trainings and provide different skills. We don't have the ability to even give the teacher a 2-week break right now.
Because the investigation I cited had to do with 2nd and 3rd graders. And if we don't have, I mean, this is to help the kid who is the difficult piece of the equation, that we don't see them in an expulsion hearing when they're 18 because we didn't have these things. I know I'm preaching to the choir here. You know, there's a missing ingredient somewhere and we need to have it. So
I think the most
save
powerful,
these kids, right?
I agree with you. And I think the most powerful conversation I've had with parents who are concerned about disciplining our schools or the condition of our schools overall, I think it gets back to that comment around feeling safe. I've had a number of parents who will say they've seen more, their children has seen more disrespectful behavior from their classmates than they've ever seen in the home. And so by exposing their child to that behavior, it's impacting how they parent. Because now they have to step back and say, so let's talk through what you saw and why that still is not aligned with what this household believes in. But the feedback that I've received from parents is if my child, who's a 3rd grader, continues to see 3 kiddos who are disrespectful and insubordinate and they're still in class, it starts to develop an environment and a culture. I believe the 2 ways we can address that, again, they're the experts, but I'm speaking from the law and from budget in terms of what the board can do. We need support from the board to create more alternative programming. Again, not to remove students on the long term, but a short term. Sometimes kids just need a week away. And during that week, our team will work with students and parents and teachers, and that week may be very valuable. So we need alternative programming, but I want to make sure this is heard from the mountaintops. There's a 23-year law on the books that addresses that professional judgment that you referenced.
I'm going to have us, since Mr. Meyer
I'm done. Thank you.
gave some of his time to Dr. Hoig, I'm going to keep moving around. We'll go to Leanne next, and then Sharon will come to you, and then if the students have stuff, and I'll wrap us up.
So first, thank you to the city. If you can make sure that they really hear that loud and clear from the board for investing in additional social work support. It's a huge, huge part of the success that we're able to see. Second, I would love to know the subgroup data because here's my concern. If all the folks that responded are general education students, even though we have a high response rate, if the kids who didn't respond fall into any particular subgroup, I guess I just want to know, is the data really reflective of our total?
I can check for that and get back to you. I just don't know if the report
again,
calls it out like that. I don't
Okay.
know if they give us, this is the percentage of how many students indicated that they had it. I don't think it does.
That's such a miss. Okay, so then can we tell DPI or?
There are lots of things regarding the YRBS that I'd love to. I've had several conversations with their representatives just about how things play out with the YRBS, but that would be another added point. Yes.
Second thing about language. So Dr. Hoig spoke to this, the idea of a pulse check, right? So we do have Culture AMP now, which allows us to do pulse checks very quickly and easily. I would just suggest that if we are doing some pulse checks, that we actually use the exact language that YRBS uses so that we are comparing apples to apples and that we could get a sense, because I really fear that data from fall of 2021 is not reflective. I don't think if we ask students today how safe they feel, we would see this data, right? So what would be the most important questions that you would say we ask? The other thing that I'm thinking about are, as a parent, seeing this data, it's one thing to see it as a board member, it's another to see it as a parent and to think, how would my child have responded to those questions? And knowing that, you have to take advantage of the time in the car to ask those questions where they can't get away from you, right? So I wonder if there's also a resource that we could provide to parents to say, this is the data that we see. I mean, the New York Times today at 4:00 posted something that's talked specifically about teenage girls and suicide rates. And so that's a place where that's much higher now than it's ever been. It used to be that suicide was something that young boys were more likely to do. So is there a way that we can provide a resource to parents to say like, hey, here's the kinds of questions you should be asking, even if you don't want to hear the answers, which has, have you ever contemplated this? Do you know anybody that's contemplated this? Like, who's your person that you would go to? That's a question I asked my kid recently, and his answer, quite frankly, surprised me a little bit. I was like, oh, I thought he would have gone to this person or this person. And just knowing who that person is and making sure you have a relationship with them. I just kind of think that this data, we should make sure that parents understand what they can be doing. And my final comment is, the high school data honestly doesn't surprise me, seeing those increases or decreases. I think the thing that as a board and as a district we have to keep our eye on is the middle school data. And what is our plan to ensure that the middle school, which is where these behaviors start and which is where kids self-identify as being the most unsure, you're trying to find your friend group, sixth grade is so crucial. And how does that connect to all of the other structural processes that we put in place to support a student finding their people? My oldest didn't find their people until 8th grade, and 6th and 7th grade was really tough. So how does this sort of fit together with everything? And I'll just say, even after I'm off the board, WSD is a huge interest. And so I almost wonder, could we bring someone in just to crunch the data for us? Because this, I wouldn't want you guys spending your time crunching data. I'd want somebody to bring that crunch data to you so that you could assess it.
Can I just piggyback off something? I'm really concerned with middle school data. Dangerous behaviors are starting earlier and earlier. And I think as a parent of a recent and a current middle school student, you can see it. You can feel it as a parent. I think the statewide data and the national data will play out similarly. But interventions almost seem to need to be really focused in 5th grade of that transition of developing self-efficacy and decision-making and thoughtfulness. I would love to see programmatically. I know that I'm seeing so much more parent education stuff happening right now that I think I really want to applaud the district and the community for. But whatever interventions that we can have in place really early on, I think waiting till after the first semester of 6th grade seems too late. And so that was for me, my key takeaway is there's a lot of data in the report. I just keep getting more and more concerned about our 10, 11, 12, 13-year-old kiddos and kind of where they're at and what's happening and what we can do to support them.
I could be totally off base, but don't we have our data cruncher in the room?
I know. And as soon as I came out, but what I had heard was that there's so much data to crunch. And I know you have other things on your plate as well. Let's be clear.
Just wanted to acknowledge and recognize
your crunching.
Yes, I'm confident with what we built for this year. It's going to be much more seamless the next time around.
Systems that would not exist on you.
And they've been a great help as well, for the record.
Okay.
Did you have a question there, Ms. Freeling?
My only question was, can we look at the subgroup data?
And I re-scanned the report for keys and they don't break it down that way. Maybe if we went into the raw data and we'd have to request that directly from the DPI.
Very sad that.
But it's not spelled out quite as clean and easy as you were asking.
Right. Who responds?
Yeah.
Changes what our target strategies would be.
Yes, Bethel.
Thank you. A couple of key data elements that stand out to me are almost a 50% increase in 3 or more hours a day on electronic devices.
So there's an explanation for that one. They removed the question around TV time. So they've kind of collapsed that into this question. So if you look at the trend data, that is also, although screen time is up, we can guarantee that. But that now represents the question that's missing. So it's incorporating more into the question that they didn't ask before, if that makes sense.
Well, I'd still like to hear the students' response to this
Yeah.
question. So, a couple of others. Then, traffic safety, rode with a driver who drank in the past 30 days, text, email while driving in the past 30 days. The road with the driver who drank was, significantly higher than 2019. I could probably understand that. But again, these are just unsafe behaviors that are, that need to be retaught or re-explained. And the high incidence of bullying and anxiety. Those are two very alarming statistics to me. And the safety culture, we'll talk about that when we're looking at the other data, but those combined with the discussion we already had about sense of belonging, to me, those are very high risk triggers. All of the data that we have, and specific populations are more sensitive to this, and specific individual students are more sensitive to this than others. And whatever incidents we have, like we talked about earlier, they're just a ripple effect. It continues to be a ripple effect, especially when you engage that social media aspect of it. And it's affecting not just the individuals that are engaged in the behavior, but like you said, it's also continues to be a ripple effect. My question back to Dr. Means is, if we have a repeated insubordination, when do we engage the parents or guardians? Is it immediate or do we wait? Okay.
It's immediate.
Okay.
It's immediate. And I think the sad part, and I think this is part of the data that we're seeing, is that in some cases, parents are coming to us and they're saying, we're also at a loss of how to parent this student, let alone how to help guide that student in the classroom setting. And I think that's why Ms. O'Connor and her team, they have a multidisciplinary approach where we have something called huddles or student support team meetings, where we're having the question of, are we seeing progress with this student? How can we bring in the family to make sure that the repeated offenses don't continue? But we're seeing a higher frequency of families sharing with us. They also are at a loss of how to parent a student. It's in some cases it's heartbreaking, but I would defer to.
Yeah, that's definitely a common theme that's risen K-12 this year. Is some really good, healthy, difficult conversations between our teams and students' families. And unfortunately, while we have strong partnerships with lots of community-based organizations and really strong ways to refer families to resources, those other organizations are also short-staffed and experiencing significantly high wait times. So in the interim, we're challenged to be really creative with our students and families, because this is bigger than just that one student. There's lots of forces.
And I would be remiss, I'm sorry for jumping in, Ms. O'Connor, but I would be remiss if I didn't share with the board and the public. And this is happening in every school district in Wisconsin. It's happening with every school district in the nation. That Washington Post article that Ms. Fraley referenced talks about the fact that we're seeing higher rates of bullying and suicide among girls, which we normally didn't see. But there's a parenting crisis in our nation, in that there are families who are saying we don't know how to work with certain students. And then there are other families who are saying, how do we navigate the issue of my child is friends with a student who is struggling, and I can see it from afar. How do I work through that and help my child through the situation? There's just layers of complication that we're continuing to see.
Well, and just one other thing, and I do not expect the students to comment on this evening, but when I, obviously my own children were in high school, and I actually went with another board member, and we interviewed students at all schools at all levels. But one of the things that, the high school kids said was, Mrs. Bufeld, probably everyone has smoked marijuana or done marijuana, so I don't know if kids are just knowing, not to check that box on the test, on the evaluation, but I think we have to also be understanding of the realities of being in school and, giving information to kids on that topic as well. So I'm sure it's still existing, but we're just not seeing it on the survey.
So to respond to your comments. So when we took this survey last week in advisory at East, I assume West did too. 2 days. Okay. And then like a common story that was going around was that it wasn't really anonymous, and that 2 students the last time we took it got called down to the office to finish it because they didn't finish it. So like I think a couple of people budgeted, but also with the marijuana, it's moved from marijuana to vaping because today it's absurd how many people doing it, and people are doing it today in the middle of the lunchroom. And yeah, so that's really what it's moved to. And then for the phone thing and screen time, I think I don't really know anybody, at least my friends, that really watch TV anymore. It's TikTok. That's the TV. I mean, it pumps dopamine into your brain, and it's designed to get you addicted to it. So
thank you for sharing.
Okay. In response to your marijuana and vaping question, I would say that at this point, it's common enough that I don't use the bathroom very often, and so I honestly don't always know. And also, I surround myself with a group of people who also don't involve themselves with that. So I would say certainly there are large groups of people who distance themselves from that, but it's also present enough that it does appear in daily activity. The other thing I had, first, I really appreciate all the number crunching because it was amazing to be able to see all the information that is present here. And so there's one thing that I hate to nitpick on, but on the 6th slide, it says, among students who attempted suicide, % who received medical attention. That was a 5% increase from 2019 to 2021. But the highlight of the box indicates that is a negative. And so I just when I glanced through the mental health section, it suggested to me that everything has gone in a negative direction.
Great eye, and the same conversation. And this is one of those that it's sort of hard to pick a direction that you want it to go. But really what this is getting at is saying that of the suicide attempts that happened, they're increasing in severity so much so that it requires medical attention. Okay. Now, we certainly want medical attention to be provided in attempts to care for the children. But that was ultimately where the team led in terms of, is it going to be red or green? But really, we don't want to see attempts that are so significant that require medical attention.
Great. Thank you. I wanted to mention that just because also you glance at, I'm sure a lot of people scroll through this data and just are like, okay, what's red, what's green, what's neutral. And so, it's just I wanted to ask about that and clarify, but I still appreciate all the summary that happens in order to be able to figure out quickly what are the trends that are happening. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
So it's really important. Please, sir. Mr. Pinion, I have a lot of respect for you, and I'm going to ask that you clarify what you just said.
Yes.
All suicide attempts are significant.
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay, I'm working with you here.
100%. Yeah, I did not mean to minimize that. I was trying to
Yeah.
explain the coding of the red, meaning
Okay.
when they required medical attention, they're all significant, 100%.
Right.
But please do not misinterpret the intention of that statement.
There could be something that the child is 14 and has an attempt that does not require hospitalization, and they commit suicide at age 30.
Equally serious.
And it's rooted back in the interventions, not that it was anybody's fault, but these things, I'm preaching to the choir. So thank you for clarifying. Okay.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Couple closing comments before I move us on, and I'm gonna, Mr. Meyer, don't let me forget I'm gonna adjust the agenda. So I mentioned that my concerns about middle school, and I'm sure you see it as well. A couple other things that I would ask that we've got this data, we've got the strategic plan, there's lots of work being done, and thank you for your work in the city. Where students are and where they engage in these behaviors and challenges is our collective opportunity to make sure that we're providing all the supports we can for these young and emerging humans. I'm curious of what we can take a look at in terms of curriculum as a board and what things you can bring forward from a governance perspective that we might consider and curriculum revisions or adjustments and what supports you might need there. Mental health supports, Dr. Hoig talked about how we look at some of the resources that may be a challenge to continue funding at the level we have without ESSER funds. My hope is that we find those funds and we prioritize that. I would love to see that brought forward in budgets going forward. Legislative advocacy is doing a lot of work. Certainly at the state level, there's recognitions. One of the challenges remains you can fund as much as you want, but if you don't have mental health providers actually available, this is really problematic. And that brings me to Care Solace, which is a new thing that came forward. I know a couple people have used it already and had really good luck with it. So for the community, if you are struggling to find a mental health provider, Care Solace can do the legwork. Use your insurance, figure out how to utilize it and go forward. Thank you, Mr. Meyer. And do that. And then the last thing is any policies, places where you see the policy committee and other pieces, let us know how we can move forward with that. So with that, what I want to do,
to conclude, I want to thank Laura Stevens again. The relationship and the partnership with the city is magnificent. And so thank you. The work behind the scenes between Ms. O'Connor and Mr. Pena and Ms. Stevens is seamless. And it's really good to know that the city is supporting the work of supporting all of our children. I think though you've seen on display the brilliance of our team. And you'll continue to see it. I'm really proud and pleased that I keep all these people colleagues. They feel the urgency that you have presented to them this evening. One of the biggest, I think my biggest challenge right now is to try to manage it for them because we can't do it all. And I think there's a sense in the community that people want to see movement right away. And if we can all appreciate incremental movement and change and improvement, that would be helpful at the board level. And then I think the final thing I would say is that our kids were already in crisis prior to COVID. And I am one that I don't like to put or blame COVID for all the current ills we have. But the reality of it is we're dealing with a different paradigm and schema when it comes to parenting and children and how they view just structure. I met with a board member earlier today who said, teachers are struggling with students being disrespectful. And there was a time when someone said the superintendent's in the hallway, everyone would just walk a little straighter. I've had kids say, kick rocks. I don't care who you are. And that's with me. And so I think, not that I'm any different or special than anyone else, but the reality of it is we're dealing with something. I appreciate you referencing post-World War II. We're dealing with something historic. And so the more we can have support, but also a level of grace and time for this team to put their plans in place, that would be helpful. So thank you for allowing the team to share.
Thank you all very much for your work on this. Board colleagues, I'm going to make an adjustment to our agenda. And I'm going to pull forward a discussion regarding the architectural proposal to renovate Wauwatosa East High School up to our next agenda item, and then we'll come back for the conduct item, which will come next.
Mr. Brightman will make his way to the microphone right now. Mr. Brightman has a special guest, Mr. Kaiser, as well, who we've been working closely with. Mr. Brightman, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll introduce the item. We have a generous offer from Mr. Kaiser to look at a proposal to rebuild the tower on top of East High School that was removed back in, I believe, the 70s, if that's correct. 74. And so Mr. Kaiser has an interesting story, and I think he might share that of why he wants to do this. But we've brought this to our last Finance Resources Committee, went through the gift guidelines, policy, and procedures of the school districts. And so Mr. Kaiser is aware of that. We have an architectural proposal to look at the feasibility of the project. We have to understand the structural concerns, why was the tower taken down, assess what the need would be to reconstruct it. We have the original plans. We have everything that we think we need to do that study. And that will be really the next step. But I think starting first with just kind of the why of why you're interested in doing it. I found it interesting when you told me.
Okay, well, mountain climbers are asked why the mountain or why they climb mountains, and because it's there. And the reason I want to put the tower back is because it's not there. And it should be. And it improved the architecture of the whole city enormously. Now, my approach is always do the least cost things first. So my architect, who's Mark Fowler, and a builder who is experienced in this type of thing, and a representative of grounds and buildings and grounds, went up on the roof and looked at what's there. And we also looked at the foundation. And my architect didn't see anything of concern. But that doesn't mean there is nothing of concern, but he didn't see any. So our estimate now, the reason for bringing a builder up there was to get a preliminary cost estimate. And it turns out that that's not going to be real easy, because the number of people that are capable of reproducing that are very, very limited. And so we have to wait for them to get there, but they will charge us for primarily the terracotta. There's a lot of terracotta on there, and it's very intricate. And so my architect told me the end of the month, the end of February, we should have this preliminary number. Now, the next step, or in the meantime, we need, of course, the assent of the board. Now, Plunkett, your architect, proposed a preliminary study, and there's 10 points on there or something like that. I don't want to do that without board input. I want that study to answer every issue the board has at this time. Certainly other issues are bound to come up. But I want that study to assess all the issues that you people have.
Yeah, so I can kind of chime in again too. So the difficult part with this is the generous offer that Mr. Kaiser has. But yet we do have some statutory and local purchasing requirements that we need to follow and make sure we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's with. Let's look at this as well as viability. We want to look at this too with our own priorities with facility needs and things. So, our recommendation at this time is this will be a privately funded, third-party funded, Mr. Kaiser, and there's other funds involved. They'll be part of the legwork with this, but not have district funds fund this study. We have, as you know, 200 million or so of deferred maintenance that was identified pre-referendum that needs to be addressed prior to something like this with district funds. Would be our recommendation at least. But we do want to partner with Mr. Kaiser. We find this a fascinating proposal. There's some energy out in the community, we know, with wanting to see this also happen. But we want to do it the right way too and fully understand. I guess I've heard it's a little bit less complicated to actually rebuild the tower now that we have the plans, we have the materials in mind, that it can be done, a few more contractors than I think than you were aware of. But again, it's a very fascinating proposal. Tonight's purpose was really to introduce it to the full board, get it some feedback from the board on whether this is something that sounds appealing. No answers tonight, no action tonight on this, obviously. If the board was interested and Mr. Kaiser's interested, the next step would be, and we could wait and see what his report comes back like. But I'd really recommend we go with like a research report where they would do a full engineering feasibility study, a full cost estimate, and that proposal is about $48,000 if I recall correctly. And that would then jumpstart a go or no go discussion on whether this is feasible or not. What's the price point where it becomes something that just doesn't get entertained by the board, or whatever the case might be. But that'll be the next step. And so I think that's what you're asking for, is if he's willing to fund that preliminary study, he doesn't want to do that until he knows that the board might have openness to the project.
It's probably the only deal killer in that proposal would be if the foundation were inadequate. If that were the case, we'd probably have to.
Yeah, that and then the price point.
But there wasn't any indication that you can see it from inside the building. There wasn't any indication. And it's 4 foot square, which my architect said is huge. So I think they probably overbuilt the foundation. He said 4 foot square is huge. And it looks to be in perfect condition.
Again, we thank Mr. Kaiser for bringing this forward to us, and we'll process it again, probably through Finance Committee at not this next meeting a week from now, but at our meeting coming up in March, if we get things in line by that time, or April, whenever it comes to be. And then look at it from that lens and bring it back to this board with some type of processing at that level first.
Any questions?
Questions from the board? Mr. Mark?
Well, I look forward to the proposal. My only knowledge of the street is recollection of a city architectural study that was done citywide of historical value of various buildings in the city. And the feedback from that was that the loss of the tower was actually a bad thing for that 2-block area, that there was a continuity of architectural style from Lincoln School to the East High School to the Women's Club to the Irish Center there. And my understanding then is that the putting the tower back would actually enhance the aesthetic value of the street in the neighborhood in favor of the community in general. So that's my understanding. So I'm hoping, my recollection is accurate and so thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm excited about this. I think that's a great opportunity. I think that for me, like can we do it and what's the cost are the two things I'm curious about. Do we know why it was taken down?
Yes. Save money. it costs $15,000 less to tear it down than it would have cost to repair it. Now it's going to cost maybe 100 times that much.
Ms. Bethel.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. I initially received your request and I forwarded it to the administration, and I'm glad we are following up on it now. I just have a historical question for you. How long have you been in Wauwatosa, and what?
Oh, we moved here and when I was 4 years old, that was 1940 or 41. And then I've lived here, not continuously, but at least 80% of my life, I guess. Oh, I didn't give you my address, 8435.
No, you don't have to do that. I'm just really thrilled by your interest in the history. And I mean, I moved to Wauwatosa also for, and have an old home. So, I value that in our community, and that you are willing to step up to, create that, recreate that historical monument for us.
There is a book called, the theme of it is Around the Tower. And it gives a good history of the tower itself and the high school during that. It shows what a essential element the tower was to student life when it was there. And unfortunately, copies of that book are very scarce. And I was going to track down the author's heirs and see if I could get permission to reprint it. I haven't followed through on that. I will see how you people vote. If you vote unanimously, then there won't be any need for showing the good effects of this. But I was going to have maybe 100 copies of that book reproduced and give a copy to every person who's involved in the decision, and maybe some others. But I think maybe that won't be necessary.
I'd love to
But
borrow
the book,
yours.
the book is in the public library. They have 2 copies. The Historical Society has 1 copy, and those are the only copies of that book I know of. And it's a thin, it's a thin book. Easily read it in one night, but it's very interesting. He's got a lot of good information about the tower. The school was opened in 1934. Where they started construction at 31, they finished 34. It probably took so long because the WPA built the building. Sure.
They built those
So the government was subsidizing artists who were starving. And so that's why we got the really nice architecture and the lobby.
And the 4-foot columns, right? Yeah.
And what?
And the 4-foot columns.
Yeah, that could be. That could be. I'll just give this as an example. One of the things that preliminary doesn't discuss is the exit on 76th Street. Now, they don't use that as an ordinary in and out of the school, but I bet they use it at fire drills or any other reason. So that would mean that we have to either provide, I'd have to go to the fire department and see what they would demand, but we'd either have to cut a new temporary door or build the scaffold, because the scaffold for the building the front is going to be right there. Build the scaffold so people can walk under it. But this is the type of thing that it's fairly small, but the cost of cutting a new temporary door be quite expensive.
Yeah, they'll take care of that logistics for us. So.
And thank you both so much for moving this project forward, and Sharon for pushing this forward as well. I really look forward to this coming back to the board, full board for future action.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
for being here tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anybody want to sing happy birthday again to Dylan?
Dylan's like, let me go home.
We're going to go back to the agenda as as written. So we'll go through our student behavioral data next.
So this was another flipped presentation that we've been calling them. Flipped classroom, we flipped your presentations to the board meeting this evening. This was all on our semester one behavior data as well as discipline data. And we have also with us tonight. All right, that's probably better, isn't it? We have with us tonight our Director of Special Education, Stacy Clem. We put this presentation together, and we also have Lindsay White as our data Director of Data Quality and Analytics, sort of on deck, as she helped us as well pull this, analyze, organize, all of those great things. So it did take a team to kind of get this in the form that it is in front of you. I think maybe just to provide some high level overviews, we really want to stress what was in one slide about the accuracy of data. Certainly, we're going to use these data, look at them, help them to inform decisions, help us have the data help us understand how we're doing. And we also want to make sure we stress that we are not always comparing the exact same type of apples to the exact same type of apples from one school to the next at the elementary, middle, and high school. As a new team, and Lindsay as well could speak to this, we have really uncovered a lot of layers in semester one around just inaccuracies in how we log data, what we consider, what the threshold is in one school. Some schools using the discipline tab for attendance, others not. So there has been some pretty drastic differences. And I think you'll see that in some of the data. We might be able to help clear some things up in conversations. So know that we've done some work to standardize that. However, there's more work to be done. And we might find some more layers of the onion as we're doing it in second semester. So I just needed to put that out there as we're looking at this. And then some overall, just kind of summary. In one of the slides kind of talked about some general themes of coming out of this. Again, one is the data accuracy. Two, certainly our disproportionality. We're seeing that quite evident in these data, both the suspensions, the office discipline referrals, as well as our high level discipline hearing data. Disproportionality for our Black students, our students with IEPs, and our students who receive free and reduced lunch, which is often a population that I don't hear as talked about, but it is certainly apparent in the data as well. Certainly things we need to pay attention to. I also hope that in the presentation you got the understanding that there is not a one size fits all solution to these concerns that are evident in the data. And in fact, thinking that there is only one solution, such as expulsion, is more dangerous. We need to understand that there is a multi-pronged approach at looking at this. It needs to be done at the individual student level. Sometimes when we think, and again, high-level discipline has a place, suspension, those pieces have a place for safety. And in that same breath, we need to really understand that we have to take different approaches for all students, and that sometimes that one type approach can be less safe. And I give examples such as Uvalde, Sandy Hook, where students were expelled, and that was the answer. But it didn't keep anything more safe. In fact, it kind of backfired. So we have to pay attention to all the details when we're talking about discipline, and that our end goal is safety for everybody. Any other kind of overarching pieces you wanted to make sure? Okay, just had to get that out there.
I'm going to start us on the opposite end of the table for this one, and we can swing around if Zachary, if you've got anything you want to start, you can pass and we can have Sharon start.
I do not immediately have anything.
Ms. Beefeld?
Well, I guess my first impressions are safety culture is all of our responsibilities. And as a leader, I want zero. I want to get to zero, because who can I pick to be in a fight or have a mental health crisis or, something even more catastrophic? I can't. So understanding this data to me will be more helpful in, creating the culture that we all need to raise. We have to have a heightened sense of awareness to this culture and tell people, talk about it and tell people, you know, no one should be afraid of retaliation in any way, shape, or form. And if you are doing something that you shouldn't be doing, we're gonna make sure that, you know, that doesn't happen. So I've just been hearing a lot of, well, some of it's misinformation, but some of it's just honestly, we haven't done a real good job of talking about the safety in general and what can students do? What can parents do? What do we have responsibility for as a district? And your opening comments, that's a hard choice to make, to take away a student's public education. That's, I mean, for me, that's the last resort. It's always have been upsetting for me for all of the time I've been serving. And certainly we want to prevent. That's our goal here, prevention. So understanding the data, that's really where I have struggled all of my time serving on the board, is to understand what is the current situation and continually try to adjust. Because the same things that are happening now, which are unsafe with the mob fighting, whatever that is. I'm not sure what that is. I want to understand it better. I want students to tell us about it before it happens so we can do something about it. And there won't be anything bad that happens if you do that. And we have anonymous tip lines. We want you to talk about it. Just like tonight, we had a very frank conversation about the youth behavior survey. We need to know these things so that we can do something and we can help. But it starts with all of our responsibilities. And I have gone to several parent meetings where parents are angry. If you're angry, I want to talk to you because I want to find out what is really going on. If you have students in your school, or you have a divided school, or you've lost some leadership, or if the educators in the schools are trying and they're not, and, you know, I want to know. This is stuff we have to get out in the open and understand it and, you know, put these things in place. So I know there's a lot of data here. It's not easy because we have Dr. Means talked about, you know, the rights that we have and of students also, and rights of privacy. But together we're going to make a difference here. But again, I think raising the level of safe behaviors, not allowing somebody in the school to write it down and not share the information. We can't do anything with that. If Dr. Means is in the hallway at a school and a student is disrespectful to him, that needs to be addressed. So if it means expulsion, I guess it means expulsion. And if you want me to support you in alternative settings, I can do that. And we should do that. We should think of alternate ways. Our educators have some great things that they're trying to do. So, I mean, the sense of belonging, the data we have, everybody is responsible. Parents are responsible too. Guardians are responsible. Everyone is in it together.
Thank you, Ms. Bethel. Ms. Fraley.
Just a couple of points. I really appreciate you calling out the need for clean data. the disparity between the middle schools in terms of the number of referrals. I wasn't sure I actually got that.
Attendance related.
Okay. So, how can we make sure that the message is very clear to teachers as to like, what are the things you should refer? One, two, can we also, and I'm sure you're already thinking about this, like, how do we make doing a referral as simple as possible so that you can get down the bare bones? I just think of my own experience teaching and the amount of time you have for, you see a kid running down the hallway and they flip you off or say profanity or whatever. Like, you need to actually like get ready to teach. And like, then you got to make the note, like, after school, do this. Well, the more timely the referral, the better. It's like, the kid connecting what they did being wrong, et cetera. And I think the piece about insubordination is the key here. And this is where I struggle, because fights, it's a more clear cut, or like, I think with the data that's more clear cut, it's easier for me to say, like, here's the progression. I think where I'm struggling, I told Dr. Means I talked to a middle school teacher for about 2.5 hours this weekend. And they kept coming back to the fact, they're like, a fight is a fight. And yes, we don't want fights. And yes, they're being videoed and all of those things. But that is like, again, only a certain number of students see the actual fight. The fact that it's being broadcast is making it more problematic. Their concern was the insubordination in the classroom, where you go from a very, quiet, like, hey, I need you to get on target, where you're trying not to draw attention to the student or whatever. And the student's response is insubordination or disrespect. Being like, who are you to tell me what I have to do? And, you can try and keep it down low. Again, relationship building, all of that. What are teachers to do when the insubordination just gets to the point? And Dr. Means was talking to me about, like, teachers can have a student move. But I think those are the, like, how do we get in front of those things? Because when we think about the number of kids that are impacted by a fight, we're only counting the kids that were actually in the fight versus all the kids that viewed the fight, or all the kids that are in the classroom that went from doing their silent reading to being like, oh, what's going on back there? And then they get involved in terms of leave them alone, or like, so-and-so just shut up and do what he says or she says, et cetera. So I guess I'm curious for you all, how are we solving the more overarching question of disrespect and insubordination, which is something that I hear is just more common, even from kids who 2 or 3 years ago wouldn't have dreamed of talking like that to an adult. And how are teachers like reacting and responding to that, or administrators responding to that? Like, what happens when a kid is just repeatedly disrespectful and non-compliant? They're not throwing things, they're not fighting, but they're actually causing disruptions of learning in the classroom.
I think you really identified a key point, Mrs. Freely, that this is where things really start to get difficult in the teaching world.
Yeah.
It isn't necessarily those fights that are isolated in those moments. I think we can speak to a lot of different pieces in some of the training that have been provided around behavior intervention planning for students. Certainly, there's a lot of special ed intersections into in how we move through the progression of different services and the continuum of options we have for students. I also think it ties to some of the strategic plan components. We're talking about a framework that integrates positive behavioral intervention and supports, that integrates trauma-informed practices and restorative practices, some pieces that may have been strong in different sites at different times in schools, but like a lot of things with the pandemic, if it wasn't institutionalized, it kind of went away. We need to get back to some of those practices and integrate them in a way that is meaningful and clear for everybody. Do you all want to talk a little bit about your work, just some of the training that's happened around this type of ask, as it relates to some student support team structures that we're trying to build, so there's problem solving avenues that isn't just on one teacher to help fix this, but a whole team?
Like, is the kid just showing up this way in my class and it's a possible personality issue, or are they showing up like this in every class? Or is Mrs. Clem having no problems with this student, and what is she doing that I'm not doing?
I'm confident Ms. Clem's not having a problem.
Right.
But to tee it up, what I would share with you that the board is, you're doing the work. And I've been witness to people saying, so what is the board doing? Your approval of the 2 MLSS coordinators is significant. And people may say, and those are not administrators. I want to be very clear, they're on teacher contracts. But those types of positions make the tracking of if that student is having a problem, not only in Ms. Fraley's class, but in Ms. Willis' class, it makes it very clear for us to track. And then the only other thing I would just tee up for these fine experts to weigh in on this, I'm a former social studies teacher. I've been watching the State of the Union address for about 40 years now. Yeah. That was the most. Yeah. That was the most insubordinate, unstructured State of the Union address I've ever seen in my 40 years of observing it. Yep. So I think I shared this statement at the last board meeting. The children are only reflecting what they are seeing in society and the behavior. And so there was a comment at the beginning of this board meeting. Yes, we have to do more in terms of teaching the children. But I really appreciated the team's approach of having a list of what everyone needs to do. To Ms. Munfeld's point, everyone has a role in creating the type of academic culture we want. That I don't view this as we have to stop certain behaviors. I don't believe we have the right academic culture we need to not only make sure the students feel safe and secure in their learning environment, but also to allow teachers to be the very best they can be.
And can I be clear? I'm not looking for answers as to like the board needs to know. I think to Dr. Mean's point, like I hope that you feel as though the board has provided the additional resources that you've asked for. I feel like we have a great team on this. I'm just wondering how we ensure that parents are hearing what is happening so that they there's only so many parents that tune into these board meetings, right? That are seeing this presentation. How are we ensuring that they're seeing all of the things that are going into place and that we're not going to see instant change overnight? And that teachers can get really clear on what they can do to make sure that they're creating that strong academic environment. So please don't get me wrong. If it's not you've got to please me, it's how do we just make sure that this, we take this data and we say, here's what everybody's roles and responsibilities are. And here's where we need to do better in terms of parents, teachers, students, et cetera. So again, you don't even have to tell me, here's all the things we're already doing. That list, I feel like, is already captured here.
The only other thing I would add, if I may, is that these professionals, they meet with their counterparts across the metropolitan area within CISA 1 over the course of the school year. So in other words, they meet with their peers who are doing their jobs in other school districts. I want you to speak to this as well. This is not a Wauwatosa phenomenon. What's being described and what we're seeing is something that we're seeing across the metropolitan area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's quite evident. Even when we talk about having options for children, we want to be creative and think about meeting their needs and providing them those options. But those options are limited because many schools are feeling what we're feeling. It's just right now there's a crisis that we're feeling as a result of the pandemic. So to echo what you were saying. We are working with teams to teach them structures they need to have when they're having conversations. But even within those structures, how can we, if we haven't systematized how to have those conversations around students' needs, we need to give them even more resources and more tools how to do that. Mm-hmm. How can we get them to collaborate and make sure we're having a conversation not about a student, but having a right conversation about strategies and supports and processes. So it's building those processes for even those conversations is really where we've been doing a lot of energy and focus.
That's my
question. Mr. Meyer?
I'm going to invite you to cut me off if I get off topic. So I'm very sincere about that because I'm not quite sure this fits what I'm going to say, or that it's a good idea. the expulsion hearing to me has always been part of a progressive structure of intervention to deal with a student who's not doing something they're supposed to do, or they're doing something they're not supposed to do. It has never been, I try to be careful in the community when I say expulsions. No, I mean expulsion hearings. We don't know what the outcome of the expulsion hearing is going to be until we get into the expulsion hearing. So everybody needs to understand that. And what is just maddening and frustrating and all kinds of just pull whatever hair out I have left is when now I'll speak hypothetically, when we have a student before us in an expulsion hearing, and number one, administration has to prove their case. There's no presumptions, any people, that because the kid was brought in here, no, the administration has to present their evidence. Same thing with like employee, termination things. And if you don't make your case, there's not going to be an expulsion. So let's assume you made your case, that this behavior was warranting for the safety of everybody else, that there needs to be some expulsion. Well, that expulsion can be many different things. It can be expulsion to 21, completely off all school grounds, no activities. It can be expulsion for a short period of time, held in abeyance. The board can offer intervention services that administration might not have felt comfortable to offer because of the cost, or the board might say no to some intervention services because we don't see that it's going to help at all. Then we look at what is the record of the student. And when we have a junior or senior and they've done a certain behavior, and we look at their record to see, is it part of a pattern? Is it an ongoing thing? Or was this a one-off thing? And we look and we see no record of constructive intervention with the child for years. And then I know we failed that child for years. And here we are. If the child is a danger right now, the child is a danger, and we have to do something about that. But it didn't have to come to this. And so that's, and then with respect to the record keeping, say I had somebody who was in some kind of, a fight this year. Well, they were in a fight 4 years ago. Well, that's just it, just this fight. I can't go off of that. That doesn't tell me anything. Was that like when I was in 6th grade and the best way to make a forever friend was to get into a fight on the playground, somebody didn't know, and then we'd have to sit in the lobby of the principal's office for a half an hour together, scared to death until the principal came in. And when we got out of it, we were like buddies because we went through that together. Or was this a fight where somebody was bullying them and they just fought back? Or was this a fight where they were a part of something? They got swept up in a crowd, but they weren't a leader. Or were they the leader? This vast continuum of things that inform me about what the trajectory of this person or not, and we don't have information.
Mr. Meyer.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I'm done. I'm sure you have my point. Thank you.
I would only add, yes, and I think what Mr. Meyer just shared is something that typically Mr. Pinion and Ms. O'Connor and Ms. Clem and I are used to, which is at some point the board and administration has a workshop of some sort to calibrate to say, so what is your threshold? Is it a fight that you're going to hear an expulsion hearing for? Is it the law basically says it's having a weapon or drugs? But that threshold, some school districts will say, well, if someone was smoking marijuana, that doesn't meet the threshold. I don't think that conversation has been conducted. And so, Mr. Pinion, I know you and I've had that conversation. You are you're anxious to have that type of discussion with the board.
Yes, I think that would be very helpful just for everyone, for us, for the board to kind of understand and discuss, and for the community. And also, and this goes back to Mrs. Fraley's point, repeated refusal is a statutory line for expulsion. But to Dr. Means' point is we are looking in an administrative hearing at the same thing Mr. Meyer just spoke to, is what efforts, if it's repeated refusal, we should have a trail of intervention and efforts. So we're looking at that in a similar way.
All right. Just to clarify, did I hear, because I don't know that I caught that in any of the presentation, because obviously Whitman has really high numbers. Am I understanding that Whitman was reporting differently? Can you help me understand that?
This is where I might, Lindsay, you want to get a microphone, Lindsay. They had attendance. So this is, again, one of the layers we uncovered in terms of how people are coding, treating attendance, whether it's living just in the attendance tab at Infinite Campus or also being written up as behavior events. So that is part of the data.
There is a difference of at least 100 of attendance violations that were in Whitman's. So there's still going to be a discrepancy between all the schools as far as what they look like. But there's for sure 100 attendance violations that are included in Whitman's behavior data right now that are not included in other school data points based off just some processes and systems that we're starting to uncover and trying to get to the bottom of what is consistent across all of our buildings, of what's getting put in and what's not getting put in. And we can't just pull back on that until we figure out if they are using it, how do we help find a different system to be using in order to keep track of some of those things. So there is a discrepancy of at least 100 that I just did from even December data that was attendance related versus so lack of behavior of engaging in class versus behavior within the school setting.
Okay, that's really helpful to know. Thank you for that clarification. So looking at, there's a slide that's on here, slide 6, and it goes through building discipline by grade level. And so this is where I was looking at the Whitman data, and obviously that was really alarming, and still alarming, but I appreciate understanding it a little bit better. But what I noticed, so there are these kind of like hot spots and like pockets of classes where we have higher behavioral issues, and we can eyeball them here and see what those are. So how do we explain those like specific pockets? Is it a student issue? Is it a class issue? Is it a difference in like teacher calibration? But not only like what is it, but also what are we doing to remedy it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's probably actually a little bit of all of the above. And so one of those things is within our problem solving process or looking at data is we want to build the skills for our teams to drill into that, to answer that question. So that if it is a particular classroom or if it is a particular grade level that we're seeing a high level of numbers from, is it because they are just interpreting that's what I'm supposed to write up more, so it's going into Infinite Campus more? Or does that grade level actually need some additional supports? Do we need to look at our staffing or our supports and interventions that are being provided to the classroom? So yeah, it's and then also there are probably a couple of instances on here that I can think of that are probably more related to individual student ongoing concerns. So yes, all of the above.
Okay. Yeah. And what is our kind of lag time in being able to respond to that? Because I think obviously very different reasons, different ways we would intervene, but I also don't want a whole semester to go by before there's intervention at the appropriate level.
Right. So we, there again, between a couple of different meeting structures that the schools have that we're trying to continue to refine and get better at, those meeting structures are happening probably every 2 weeks at least. There are different ways to flag those team members outside of those meeting structures. So some of our buildings do meet more frequently and maybe for a shorter amount of time, but weekly. And a couple of them meet for longer periods of time, but every other week. And again, outside of that, there are ways in which that a teacher can flag for support, or an administrator or student services professional might actually notice that data even ahead of time.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Can I just ask a clarifying question of you, Dr. Hoy? So are you talking more about like the frequent flyers? Like what are the unique individual students versus the students that have 7 referrals over the course of 2 weeks?
I
just want to make sure I understand what
well,
you're getting
when
at.
I talk about like hotspots.
Right.
So I'm
or like 7th grade at Whitman.
Yeah, so I'm looking at, yes, you can pull out specific numbers. You know, we have a first grade classroom at one of our elementary schools or that, or maybe it's the whole first grade, I don't know, but that number is enormous compared to the rest of the numbers that we see for first graders. So I'm trying to get a better sense of, is that a classroom issue? Is that an individual issue? Is it a teacher issue where a specific teacher we need to better support with some of these things? But it sounds like it's all of the above sometimes. And each of these is probably a slightly different story behind it. Yeah. But recognizing that and then wanting to figure out how to act, how to pivot quickly to provide the support that either the student needs or the school staff need.
I think that speaks to the importance of our teams having that ongoing cycle of looking at these data school-wide, right? So they can catch these kinds of hotspots if they're not being flagged outside the mechanisms that teachers have to seek teaming around it.
And even developing a culture of looking at data to make our next decision. If we were really not consistent in our data collection, it was because we were not consistent in our data analysis to use the data to make informed decisions. So we need to make sure we're creating a culture of not only are we collecting it, but you're going to use it and you're going to look at it. So we need to do all those pieces so that teams are valuing the purpose of collecting the data, because it's very frustrating to collect things and do work if you're not going to see the outcome of it. So it's the whole culture, like it's all of those things that we're working at.
And are these the school-based teams that you're referring to that you're asking to look at this data and identify where are the areas of opportunities, where do you need to deploy resources, where do you need to rethink, teacher training? So the school-based teams are looking at this data.
So Dr. Hoyk, in my past, and this was my belief at the time for my little age that I was at, that actually the building administrator funneled all the difficult children to one classroom to settle a score against the teacher. This was long ago and far away, not in this city, but it was clear what happened, even to the grade schoolers. So who knows, right? But your point about the hotspots, well taken. Why? There's got to be a reason why.
Yeah, absolutely. And different ways that we intervene depending on that answer. I want to talk about the alternative programming. So I'm really pleased to hear that we're going to have some alternative programming, but I'm also concerned because I've seen it done really well where there's a therapeutic approach to it with the ultimate end goal of getting that student reintegrated back into the regular classroom setting. That can work so well and those students can feel so supported and have a really nice transitional plan to get back. And then I've seen it where it is really just punitive and it's almost just like sitting a kid in a desk in an empty room and saying, we just don't want to deal with you for 2 more weeks. Like we just can't with you. That is obviously really detrimental to that specific student. It's really detrimental to the rest of the class because as soon as that student goes back, we're right back to those same issues again. So I would love to hear, and again, I know this is preliminary, but I'd love to hear your ideas around what alternative programming you're thinking about.
Thank you for asking. Very excited about this team. We've had 1 meeting so far. Our second meeting is this week. We started with a really small group and we're expanding that out. And the next question is who's not at the table that needs to be. So we're looking for parent voice, teacher voice, all the disciplines. But to your point, it would not be the latter example of what you have illustrated there. This is really, it's been a gap I've noticed since starting in our system in terms of just options for students that might not fit a traditional setting for however long a period of time. It would not be envisioned as a life sentence for a student in any way. We would like to look at this as a temporary place and space to rehabilitate, to gain control, to get supports and services. And each plan, we're really looking at it as a flexible kind of personalized approach where those decision points, be it coming from a proactive referral or coming out of a disciplinary hearing, can be individualized and that the goal still is to get students in a better place to then, have the goal of returning to a traditional setting. If that works for them, some students might not have that desire or path, or the parents might not want that for them. But we certainly don't want to close the door completely on any students. So this week when we meet, we're really going to be looking at what project teams, as we plan every other week and come back to the table, do we need to be considering everything from curricular resources to onboarding students in the philosophy of the program, how we infuse therapeutic supports and mentalities throughout our educators that are teaching in these programs. But the goal is to have options 6th through 12th grade at the start of next school year. But it's very early on in the planning, but I'm really looking forward to where we land, and we've got the right people around the table for the discussion and planning. I don't know if that answered most or some of your questions.
No, absolutely. I appreciate that, and have full trust in your ability and your team's ability to put a plan like that together. Just want to end by noting, there's a slide where we talk about summary of greatest needs, and you call out specifically this disproportionality and discipline for our students of color and our students with IEPs. And it's striking. It's really alarming. And I don't know the answer to that, although I look forward to hearing more from your team about, are there things that the board can do? Do we need different policies? Do we need different curriculum? Do you need different supports? But I also just want to make note that that's actually part of our strategic plan. It's objective 5.5. And so we have raised this as a board to say, this is really important. So tell us what we can do to help support that work. Thank you.
Mr. Phelps. Sure. The accuracy and consistency has been something that's plagued us for many, many years. And so without that, it's hard to hang your hat on anything right in here. How can we, as a board, support that? Is there technology or something that the district needs? Is there a policy that the district needs? I know you all come from different, quite a bit of different backgrounds. And so we got to fix that first. And so I just wanted to ask, how can we help fix that?
Well, I would just say your support for Lindsay and her team has been really helpful, and it's been nice. They've been great partners with all of us to help team around the data and the support that you've given to build that department. So we have people to go to. Gathering the data for this was not easy because of the inaccuracy and it's not their department's problem. We're all working together to improve this, but because we know you are supporting and you're building that department, we need teachers to be thinking about their strategies with students that are building data. And we can't do that without a data team. So that's been a really helpful piece that I'd like to thank you for, that I think in the long run will really help us as a division.
Yeah, anything systemically that you can think of, we want to make it easy, to Ms. Fraley's point. If that's little handheld, like what? Because without that, really, it's really hard to react. Because you don't know if people are over prescribing or under prescribing, and they both have the same impact. And if you follow a student from class to class and oh, wow. And then this class never reports anything, is that because of underreporting, or is that because of really good relationship? Really, without that, how can you really make sense of all this? So I just want to know, structurally and from a governance standpoint, how can we really make that consistent across all of our sites? And I just want to have.
I think you just even asking this question is supporting our work in that, because we do get resistance, right? When we try to standardize this practice and we work with teams, and there's cultural, pieces in terms of just the building culture, or how they've done things, or where they've logged it, or how they've done it, or what the caliber was. And then they might have put certain investments in training their staff around one way, and now we kind of coming in and we need it the same way for everyone. So just you stressing the importance of the accuracy is helpful to us. Certainly investing, like Ms. Clem said, in our data team is huge. That's going to pay dividends down the road, because we have the support now as well from the data team saying we need this accurately. But I think part of it is to Leanne's point is the cumbersome nature, right, of sometimes writing things up is a barrier. So having us continually look at that, that's not anything the board can solve necessarily. But when we talk about accurate data and then looking into logging minor behaviors too, which we want to intervene on those minor behaviors, that's where that becomes a really crucial talking point and piece that we have to work through. Because that's one of the areas we have a barrier.
Yeah, I mean, see, there's an issue in elementary school, and if you can't follow it to the next school because you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, anything we can do to support, whether that's technology or policy or just to have your back, right? To really make this a priority, just, please let us know. For sure. No, thank you. This is great. Thank you so much.
Well, I'll begin my conversation around strategic objective 2.4, which is something that was identified, over a year ago, but decreasing the disproportionality discipline rates of our special ed Black and Brown students. When I see this data, it is alarming to me, and it indicates that we are at a critical place. I broke down some of the numbers, and with the behavior referrals, so out of about 1,500, 952 were Black students. And even if you pull out the Black students that engaged in fights, the behavior referrals are still over 50%. And I believe our Black population makes up 17% of our student body. I mean, so just those disproportionate rates, that something's going on. And I think we can connect a lot of it back to this sense of belonging. And also looking at the out of school suspensions, 118 students out of 204 are Black. And I think research tells us that we are, for the same offense, a white student gets a less punitive response than their Black peer. And I think we're seeing it with these numbers, and I'm gravely concerned. It's been identified in our strategic plan, and quite frankly, I want to hear what we're doing to remedy that, and where do we think that those problems lie? I've been in the classroom in Wauwatosa, mostly in elementary, and I've talked to teachers, and I don't think that they would agree that their Black students are the ones that are exhibiting more behavior problems than the white students. So I'm gravely concerned about this, and I want to know how we're going to address it.
Yeah, so I don't have an answer. They do, but I would just add, in terms of the complexity of it, Ms. Clem can speak to this. We speak a lot about special education in the boardroom here. I just have to remind the board that we've been identified as identifying students of color for special education services. And so I think there's a crossover of students of color who are also special education, who are part of this data set that we can't ignore. So I think that's important to note.
If I'll just add another piece, the other piece was special education, which is also identified in strategic goal 2.4, where we have 584 out of the 1,500 students, which is 37%, identified as having a behavioral referral, when our special ed population only makes up 13.5%. So it's still that disproportionality, and what Dr. Mean said, that intersectionality between our special ed students and our Black students. I mean, it's just very concerning that, we've addressed it in our strategic plan because we knew it was an opportunity and a concern, but now we're seeing it with our data that these students are being disproportionately, having behavior referrals. And not only that, but out of school suspensions. I mean, I think, Mr. Pennion, back to what you said, I mean, there's research that shows us when we remove students out of their educational environment, we just set them back. They're not learning, they're not getting any kind of restorative, and the low SES piece too. I mean, a lot of these kids, we're sending them back to environments that are ridden with trauma and not access to resources, right? And then we're expecting them to come back into our educational environments and magically be ready to enter and not have the same problems that they had when they were sent out of school.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think,
you've just highlighted how complex disproportionality is, which is why I think some of the other areas within the strategic plan are also important to pay attention to. And I'm not going to have the numbers right in front of me, but in terms of really focusing on culturally responsive teaching, I think about 3.1 and that objective related to really thinking about our classroom environments and really resetting and defining that. What does it mean to have a welcoming environment with strong relationships with students and healthy tier 1 classroom practices that are trauma informed, and taking more of that restorative approach to discipline. Just all of us collectively within the buildings taking that more restorative approach, that it's about building those relationships and teaching as opposed to that disciplinary measure and removal. So I just appreciated that you highlighted all of the ways in which disproportionality is so complex. And it goes back to several other connections within our strategic plan that we're really trying to put in motion and continue to define as we've been able to unpack and actually get that work moving this past semester.
You took the words out of my mouth. I was starting to write down a lot of what you had just spoken to, especially even when we think about curricular areas. Are we leveraging culturally and linguistically responsive curriculums and instructional methods? But I can't stress enough, and I've had a lot of conversations with different stakeholders over the last several months in this position around safety, behavior, discipline. And I put that slide, I think it was slide 5, that came straight from our legal counsel, which is research-based. And it does fairly clearly say removals aren't going to get the job done. And in fact, they could have a contraindicated effect. So we have to balance the need for suspensions at time for safety, for planning purposes, with teaching, learning, and some restorative practices. So we need to drive hard when we're fulfilling those commitments of the strategic plan around that work, because that's where we're going to start seeing movement.
And just having, building a good, strong relationship with our administrators has been really helpful. I mean, we are new and we're trying to build those relationships and build that understanding that we are their collaborative partner before they just make these decisions. That what is our end game in the long run? Where do we want students to be? Where do we want, what does success look like for that student before we make an exclusionary type of a disciplinary decision. So we're building those relationships so that we can have really proactive conversations and get them to start figuring out, we have these new social emotional specialists and these new mental health people in our buildings. How do we use them? And what is the purpose for using all of our teammates together and who should be at the table? So it's building that collaborative conversation, how to use the data, how to look at the data to be proactive, because our building teams don't want the data to look like that. And it's nice to have data. And once we have the data more accessible, that we can use it for more consistent conversations, then we can at least start having conversations of why is our data looking like this? So,
and two, I mean, when I look at these numbers, these building discipline by grade level, I mean, I think noting some of these hotspots and some of them being, you know, the school that my children attend, like, is there some responsibility on the teacher, on the administrator? Like, why do we have these? Are they not getting the resources that they need? You know, why do we have 100 occurrences from a first grader at Eisenhower? You know, and so that kind of leads me into my next concern about our current alternative environments. So I'd like to, it's kind of twofold, because I'd like to hear what they are for our special ed population, and I'd like to hear what they are for our general ed population.
Do you want to take the first one?
We've got about 2.5 minutes on this one, and then I'm gonna check in with the students, and then we're gonna move on to our next series of presentations.
So for special ed, that is one area of growth. When I think of looking at our whole school overall, how flexible are we thinking about meeting the needs of students? And what is our understanding of inclusion? When I initially started walking in classrooms and walking through some of the schools, I was quickly beginning to understand that people think inclusion is a place and not engagement with your learning and engagement with this teacher and engagement in the learning process. So building people's understanding and flexibility to understand inclusion as engaging and learning, not a place and time, so that they are feeling the ability to make the right decisions to meet students' needs. So that is a lot of the work that we are doing when we think of.
Like, well, I guess what I'm asking, maybe I didn't say it specifically enough, where are we taking our students when we remove them from the school building in an alternative environment, our special ed kids.
What are the alternatives?
What are the alternative placements
So we do,
outside of our building?
yeah, we have a few alternative placements. We have a contract, 66.
03.
03, yeah, 03 that we have with the CISA programs for Turning Point for our younger students, Project Success for our older students, and then Distinguished Scholars.
And just as a side note, Ms. Muenfeld knows this with her years of experience with CISA 1, but we know that this is not a Wauwatosa alone problem, because when we contact CISA 1 in those programs, they don't have any seats. And when we say, where are the seats? They'll say, well, other schools have already taken the seats because their students are also in this same situation. So when people ask the question, well, how are we different, or are we similar to other school systems in the metropolitan area? I would say that we know firsthand when we try to have an alternative placement, the seats are already taken before we even call. Sorry, Ms. Clem. Didn't want to lose that opportunity.
So the CISA 1 is one option for our special ed population when they're removed from the classroom or building.
Yep. There's other schools in the area that our system uses. They have students are at the Richardson School. There's Genesee Lake School. There's some students at Norris Academy.
And how are these? I mean, are these students given an opportunity? Well, a couple questions. So are we doing everything we can to meet their needs through their IEP, whether it's a one-on-one aid or whatever related services they need to be, in their classroom or homeschool environment?
We have an obligation to before we would consider any kind of placement like that.
And looking at reintegration.
Absolutely. We have two that are coming back right now, actually, that we're working on bringing back. So that's always the goal. And it's a good partnership for sure.
Thank you.
And
I think I would just say the challenge is that we do have options for students who are identified as special needs. The challenge is the chronically insubordinate student who is not a student with an IEP. Where do you place that student?
Right. That's our challenge. More challenging. To Dr. Hoeg's point is why we want to build something that is appropriate and not just a punitive place for people to go. CISA does have a couple seats for students without any identified special education needs, but again, very, very limited. So we've really had to redesign a little bit of what our virtual space looks like, as well as supplemented time, multiple times a week, meeting at the library with individual teachers in either one-on-one small groups. So we've really had to, because WVA had become sort of this grounds of removals, and it's not designed for that. We've had to take some redesigns with that in terms of case by case what the student needs. We've leveraged our GIDO programming for GED options 2 when it fit and it was appropriate for the students' needs, and getting creative there. So we've really tried to maximize our resources to get face-to-face time with students who need it, and not just put students in a virtual space as a solution.
So we are currently though putting kids in the virtual.
Not fully virtual. Any student who's been placed has a schedule of time that's face-to-face.
Because I am just concerned. I mean, the DPI has designated that school as being critical because of its achievement. And I'm just concerned that we're taking students and kind of just putting them somewhere because we have nowhere else.
This is why we're building other options quickly.
We recognized last year, before this fine team was in place, I think Dr. Marvel's the only person that was here last year at that table. We literally created our own alternative placement situation with a few high school students first semester and a few elementary students second semester, because we were conflicted. We couldn't send those kids back to school, but we didn't have any alternative placement either. So we created one here at Fisher, much to the chagrin of our staff here, because we had to take conference room space and we had to hire staff to sit with those staff members. But I didn't feel comfortable sending those students back to school. That's our challenge right now. It's not so much our special education students. While that is still a challenge, at least you heard from Ms. Clem, there's some opportunities. There are limited opportunities, and you're right. We know that WVA is not the answer. So we're really anxious to have that conversation with the board around what do you consider to be that threshold Because I think we've had to Mr. Meyer's point, we've had to use the expulsion hearing more as a blunt instrument and not a scalpel, if you will, because we just have limited options.
And it really depends too, to answer your question, like up the point in time makes a big difference for students through hearings. If it's close to the end of a semester, we may very well be able to lift everything out of the building into the library, into that face-to-face session. If it's the start of the semester, it's a different story. So we have to get really creative, but I hope the board can trust that we are really trying to make decisions that are in the best interest of students and balance the safety needs of the building when these very difficult situations come to the table. And when we have to leverage some pieces of WVA, we are trying to offset what we know as some of those negative outcomes of WVA or the scores you're speaking to with true face-to-face supportive services, maintaining connections to student services, scheduling time still. I mean, we're really trying to be thoughtful about that in the interim when we don't have well-built, thought-out alternative options to go to.
And just one.
Ms. Willis, we are about 5 minutes over, so I'm going to move on. You're welcome to follow up with them after the meeting, though.
Okay.
We're going to go to Dylan, and if we have any students, and then I'm going to wrap this up.
I don't have anything.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you for a few more minutes because I think we haven't really gotten our questions answered this evening. And this is a big topic for us. You know, the hotspot topic that you brought up. I mean, we're right now in the room reviewing what it is from semester one that we have identified root cause. We've been able to handle it. And like, I want to know Eisenhower first grade, Jefferson third grade, you know, these fifth grade at Wilson. We know we have mob fighting. Has that been, you know, we heard tonight we have high school kids who don't want to go into the bathroom because stuff happens in there we don't like. We can't have happen. It's unsafe. So, I mean, what is it that's being done? And has it been done? Has it been dealt with? Because we still keep seeing videos posted. Can we have an answer to that?
I would draw you back to the communication from 2 weeks ago that really articulated a lot of pieces of what we're trying to do to get ahead of this at the classroom level, the district level. I mean, that was a pretty thorough to your exact question of what we're trying to do from multiple angles. Yeah.
I would also share that I think I shared with the board 10 non-negotiables that we shared with each of our secondary schools to say, here's our expectation at the secondary level of how we're handling disciplinary issues. I think I shared that with the board in early January. That's another set of strategies that we've put in place, mainly at the secondary level, because I think we're seeing more severe acute issues there versus the elementary level.
And they're spelled out in the presentation, most of them as well.
Yes.
Yeah. So we know why mob fighting happens, or we don't. And we are getting reports soon enough so we can stop it before it becomes mob fighting and video postings to TikTok that have a ripple effect for like months, 6 months.
What's the question?
We know we have been able to figure out this phenomena that we have in the middle and high schools with mob fighting. Whatever
How do you
want to
describe
call it.
mob fighting?
I'm not sure what you're saying.
Well, basically, people staging fights to post on social media, which has a adverse ripple effect. Well, obviously, not only for the people that are in the fight, but a ripple effect for months and months afterward. Have we figured out why this is happening and how we can be more proactive and stop it before it happens?
Right. I would again draw back to all the efforts that we've articulated in the presentation and in the letter about what we're trying to do to stop it. And I can't speak. I mean, every fight, I'm in these hearings, I hear the reasoning behind them. They're all coming from different areas, but it is a lot of peer conflict that they're not resolving in healthy ways between groups of students or individual students. And when administrators, I can guarantee when administrators get wind of that, they try very hard to address it and intervene when they know. Part of the problem is a lot of these cases, they didn't know until it was too late.
Yeah. A lot of the students, Ms. Meanfield, they're having social media conflict via the platform that they're on. And then once they are physically in the same location, it escalates. In some of the cases where we know that there's a threat of a fight, we are encouraging strongly students to reach out to an adult that they can depend on and say, we need you to intervene. But I think it goes back to Ms. Willis's statement earlier of, you can see where the data is leading us in terms of who's involved in those fights. Those students, their sense of belonging isn't as strong. So their ability to then reach out to staff members to say there's something happening isn't as pronounced as we would like it to be. But there's pockets where there are students who are reaching out to staff members regardless of the student group that they belong to, and we're able to intervene. There have been times where we've been able to stop fights, but it's unfortunate. It is, and I think that's the reason why when you look at our data on page 15 and then again on page or slide 17, we have brought more expulsion notices forward to this board more than in any other year when you look at the past years, because we're equally concerned and frankly frustrated that there are students who are choosing to use our schools as the platform for fighting. We have a concern with it. And what we have deemed is that those types of fights may deserve to have an expulsion hearing. Now, some people, and that's why we're really anxious to have the conversation, there may be some board members who don't believe that a fight elevates to the level of an expulsion hearing. Candidly, we disagree. When we see some of these fights, we think it deserves your attention. And I think our administrators at the school level, they're at their wits' end, because not only are they dealing with those fights, but then they're also dealing with the fights of, or not fights, but they're also dealing with insubordinate students. There's just the complexity. I know you're asking the question, so what are you doing? We've laid that out in the letter that was sent out to the community 2 weeks ago. I shared with you the non-negotiables that we've laid out for our secondary schools almost a month ago.
So that's on the disciplinary end, I understand. But what about resolving conflict? How do we teach these kids that, this is not okay behavior in our schools? Nope, that's not okay. Just not okay. It's unsafe for you, unsafe for the person that you're fighting with, and unsafe for everyone else in the hallway. And by the way, I do not want educators breaking up fights. I don't know if that's a thing, but I've heard that, and I don't want that happening. So, what are we doing to, obviously we have to address what happened, but how do we teach children that's not the way to resolve your conflict? And really, does it matter? What are we doing for that?
Yeah. So the conflict resolution skills are really complex. And so we have to be teaching them actively. At the elementary level, the tool that we have is Second Step right now. That is the curriculum that heavily focuses on conflict resolution. At our secondary schools, they have been building these lessons into advisories so that there is some consistent messaging around find an adult. Here are some strategies that you can use when you're frustrated. When you're feeling heightened emotion, here's a couple of choices that you can have, and including finding a trusted adult. So that's definitely happening in lots of different ways. Again, elementary level, we have a curriculum that sort of leans into building those skills one by one, the building blocks of the bigger skill umbrella of conflict resolution. And then at the secondary level, the way that it's looking right now is really around strategies for emotion management and finding help.
So I'm going to be very direct to your question, Dr. Means. If they are the ringleaders, I would expel them. Absolutely. They are putting everyone in danger, including themselves.
We've been using the terminology, Ms. Meanfield, we've been using the terminology of, are they the aggressor, right? So if student A and student B are confronted, and there's been video of this, if student A unprovoked walks up to student B and starts to hit that person, we believe that student doesn't belong in our schools. That's too aggressive, it's too violent, and we don't believe that they belong here. That's not part of our culture and our environment. And so what you see on slide, I think it's slide 17, again, 15 and 17, what Mr. Pinion and his team is sharing with you is that there are multiple ways that we can have a student not continue to be within the general population of our students. And expulsion is one method. Another method is having them go to alternative placements. That's been happening. And so when you see the number of students who have been involved in these situations, we're very efficiently, they haven't been showing back up to the schools. They have been in other places. And so I think we've been more intentional than what the data shows we were doing in the past. I don't know did I capture?
You did. We have some guiding questions that help us determine when it rises. But I think in all honesty, it will be helpful to have some time with the board to work through that because it is a collective kind of experience. We are making a recommendation for expulsion, which we don't take lightly. I know our high school principals and administrators do not take that lightly either. This is when it comes to you at a hearing, it's a recommendation for some level of expulsion. My desire would be that we have a progressive discipline approach. We have more reasonable and appropriate options for students that we can exhaust so that we can say we've done X, Y, and Z, and we've tried this other path before it gets to that level. Now, there's going to be extreme cases where we might have to jump for safety and other reasons.
And that's what we had this fall, right? So that rash of fighting, I think those were extreme situations where we felt we need to come to you now. That in some instances, those fights were so violent, we felt we needed to get in front of the board right away. But I know there's been there's been a narrative that we haven't been taking a certain step. That's not accurate based on the data. When you look at our data, we have been more, I'll use the word aggressive than past years. Now, is that stemming? I think this goes to Mr. Phillips' question of what else do you need? What else are you going to ask of us? You've been very supportive. When we asked for deans of students, you said yes. When we also understand that we have to use the multi-level systems of support, the MLSS coordinators. If we could have systems that are going to weekly and very routinely capture how we're dealing with these students, we believe we can address this. So those are all things that we're putting in place. We know there's no one answer. We all wish that there was one answer and one direct comment we can give to say that's how we're going to fix it. There's a multi-front approach that we're going to have to take. But I hope that through the presentation, through some of the communication that we've shared in the last few weeks, but candidly, the data in terms of what we've been doing, I hope that the community and the board can see we have taken a more, I believe, stern approach to these behaviors. Is there more work to do? Absolutely.
So can we have that next meeting where we can hear the rest of what Mrs. Willis has to say? Because I would like to hear the rest of your points. I know the president has time management needs here, but there's more to hear. At least for me, I want to hear more. I also would like to hear us. A lot of this is born of group behavior, and we're talking about individuals. Long going far away as undergrad, we had psychology class, we had sociology class, and there's group dynamics, group behavior interventions, and can we hear somebody expert perspective? These are groups of kids. They've been peer groups for years, and now they're juniors and seniors, and they're doing stuff. Well, maybe we have a group dynamic we need to intervene at. Strategies, group behaviors. Okay, can we hear those things for that next meeting? Maybe something like that. So we merge the psychology of it with the sociology of it to have it like a multidisciplinary strategy that spans all the years that these kids are with us. Thanks.
So what I will look to do is have two different meetings. Mr. Pinion, happy to kind of schedule a time with you and Dr. Means to do that calibration meeting. We talked about that, I know, in the fall, and would be happy to let me know when we're ready to go, and I will schedule it with the board. Might be next Thursday. And then a future board meeting on kind of additional interventions. I'm going to close with kind of Mr. Phillips' point. There, I think, are a variety of things that have been brought to the board, actions we've taken. I know there's a few additional things the policy committee is working on, and there will be a few additional components that come forward. But as you look at what tools are in place, what resources exist, in what communication that we're sharing, I think sometimes as a board, we often hear from parents who've never necessarily contacted principals. And I really want to encourage folks, it's fine to reach out to the board, but it takes a lot from it to land on the board. Ultimately, it gets back to the folks who are on the front line, who are working in the schools and doing this work every day. And so I really want to encourage folks. And if maybe something that we can put out in communications from the schools of like, hey, if whether it's bullying or a student is struggling with different things, that we find ways through social media, through other communications that we're messaging that of like, if parents know, here's the folks who are the on the ground problem solvers. And I agree, if something's not being done, it will and needs to make its way to the board. But there's a lot of people doing a lot of good work. And I want to make sure that the folks know what's the path closest to the point where intervention can take place as quickly as it can take place. And I would ask that we make sure that we've communicated that so that people know what that is. And I know what happens.
So candidly, we can't fix it at the district level if parents don't start at the school level. We can't, if parents are looking for us to address issues, but you come straight to Mr. Pinion or you go straight to my office or to the board, there's no way we can ever address the situation. So it is incredibly important for either staff or parents to start at the school level. Because if you're leaping to the board level, then even if we need to address issues at the school level, then we can't, because we're 2 or 3 layers removed.
Thank you all for the really engaged conversation. Ms. Bufeld, thanks for pushing for a little bit more time. As well as we'll make sure we've got time to come back to your questions. Thank you very much for some really informative presentations. And as action opportunities come forward of resources, of specific interventions, of policies, of what tools you need to address the acute issues that we're seeing in TOSA nationally and across the state, do not hesitate to bring those things forward. I know that you have been consistently looking for that. We are here with you to figure out how to solve these things. Thank you.
Thank you.
To the degree that the board is comfortable moving quickly through our next agenda items, I would love to do that, recognizing the time.
Yes.
Next up is high quality staff, strategic goal number 4. Ms. Elazowski, thank you for joining us this evening. First item, discussion of the proposed change to staff compensation system for support staff, admin assistants, custodial, maintenance, and educational assistant classifications. And Mr. Phillips, I'm going to ask you to wait.
No.
No, later. Sorry. What was on my agenda and the cursor was in different places. So no action item on this one.
Ready to move this thing.
I'm pleased to have the opportunity to share with you this evening some of the work that's been happening with our meet and confer teams, as well as with our business office and in our cabinet in terms of planning. What I have for you this evening are 3 different proposals related to employee compensation in the organization. Just I think you need to speak more into. Oh, better. Thank you. This one is not on. The compensation proposals that I'm bringing to you have really come out of conversations, not just with the Wauwatosa Education Association, but also with members of our support staff. And that's where we're going to begin. Really, the root of all of the work related to compensation stems from our strategic plan, specifically Goal 4 and Objective 4.3, related to increasing the competitiveness of total compensation in the organization. Last year, you were all part of, and I got to attend the meeting where a new teacher compensation system was approved, and we've been working on implementing that this year. That is a couple of, or one of the proposals that we have for you is the next steps with that system. And there was a commitment made to our support staff last year that they would not be forgotten and that we would look at their compensation as well. So some of the factors of our current state that lead us to the point of needing to go ahead and consider some more investments into the wages of our staff members relate to years of salary freezes. To the best of my research and those of our finance team, based on employee group or classification, employees in Wauwatosa experienced 2 or 3 or even more years of salary freezes that resulted in where we're at right now in terms of the competitiveness of our wages. As an example, there was one classification of our custodial maintenance group who hadn't had a raise in 10 years. And that was a lasting impact of a transition to contracted cleaning services. But that's a really long time to go ahead and expect people to, staff members, to be loyal and continue working hard for the organization. And as a result, there was a great deal of turnover in that group. As you know, we have started and begun tracking data related to retention in the organization. Our teacher retention is not where we would want it to be. This past fall, our teacher retention was just over 83%. Certainly our goal is to have it closer to 90% in that range. We have not tracked in the past support staff or all employee retention in the organization. And so we'll have baseline numbers for the other employee groups this next fall when we have that first year of hiring. And certainly as we look to go ahead and build on the data that we have, we'll look for a trend of at least 3 years to tell us if we're moving in the right direction. And finally, the other data point that I would share with you is that we're also tracking the positions that we've continued to have trouble filling in the organization. We have about, when you look at our total FTE, we have about 2.3% of that FTE that are unfilled for teachers at this point, and about 13% across our support staff groups. When you specifically look at educational assistants, so literacy aides, classroom assistants, special education assistants, we have 16% of those positions unfilled right now. And that is largely due to the hourly rates that we can offer. I've made numerous offers for many of those positions, and we're just not able to go ahead and secure the staff member based on the rate that we're offering in many cases. There are other factors as well, but predominantly that's the case. So related to support staff compensation, we have 3 classifications of support staff: administrative assistants, custodial and maintenance, and educational assistants. And then you see we have a number of different job descriptions, titles in each of those classifications. My priorities when I began talking with our the support staff members who come to my monthly meet and confirm meetings, really what I've shared with them is that my priority is to go ahead and make sure that we are retaining our well-trained and effective staff members in the positions that we have. And we want to go ahead and invest in them in salary increases so they can continue to be here. That's also going to go ahead and require annual investments in our salary schedule for those positions, just like we do for our teaching positions. So that means annual cost of living increases on the schedules, as well as annual step increases that are provided on an employee's work anniversary. And additionally, looking at continued equity across our compensation structures. When you look at the structures we have in place right now, the admin assistant employee group has 6 steps. So like 6 years of step increases. Our custodial maintenance group has 4, and our education assistant group has 3. And even one of those only has 1 step, one of those titles and positions. So again, you get to see the sense of how salaries have been compressed over time just based on those structures that frankly we inherited, and I don't know where they came from. Obviously, they were in place for a while, but now we have the ability to go ahead and rectify some of that. So the process that I used was to go ahead and secure comparisons from local area districts, and I'll share some of those with you. I formed a subcommittee of our support staff meet and confer group. And we met twice in January to go ahead and look at this structure and then go ahead and talk about how we would place existing staff members in that structure. We actually had a meeting today, so they got this presentation before you're hearing it. And then finally, calculating what those costs would be, the cost of the investment in more competitive wages, and then making this recommendation to all of you this evening. So when we looked at comparison wages across districts, what our goal was is to really be in the top 25% of the wages offered for like positions in other school districts. So I wasn't just looking at starting wages. I was looking at, what ultimately is a competitive wage based on positions, regardless of what the school district's starting wage is. And so in doing that analysis and looking at admin assistants, now keeping in mind that we have 3 categories of admin assistants who have differing levels of responsibility. So I averaged across the different levels of the comparison districts as well. So looking at that top quartile of wages for administrative assistant positions, the range is just over 26 to just over $24 per hour. Our current step 1 across our 3 different categories is $21.37 to $24.99. And the proposal that I'm sharing this evening brings those step 1 wages up to $22.01 to $25.49. Again, in developing the new structures or in increasing the structures, my target was to go ahead and have one of Wauwatosa's employees get to that top quartile of wages sometime between their 3rd and 4th year. That it's not necessarily the year that they're starting, but to get them there at a timeline that they can conceive of and they can see what the schedule says. I took the same approach in looking at comparison wages for custodial and maintenance staff. Again, I chose just a couple of categories that had some simple comparisons to go ahead and illustrate what that top quartile is, where we're at right now, and where we could be in the new proposal. And finally, the same for educational assistants. The 2 positions I picked out, again, they're simple to see based on their title. And these are the 2 positions that we have the hardest time filling right now, education assistants and our student supervisor roles. And those student supervisor positions are at our secondary schools and really the positions that help us keep safety and security in the halls. They remind kids to head back to class. Some positions that are much closely related to the discussion we were just having related to discipline. So it was pretty exciting to go ahead and publish the structure for all of our staff and for all of you board members to see. So the proposed structure goes from the 6, 4, and 3 steps of the current structures to having 6 steps for each employee group. Again, that ensures that employees not only get a service increase, but also a cost of living increase that's added to the schedule annually. You see at the bottom of the page or of the sheets, I just happen to be in the custodial and maintenance sheet right now, that in order to bring these salaries to more competitive rates, in the custodial and maintenance area, we needed to increase the starting salaries somewhere between 2 and 5%. The 5% are, really those positions, the operations relief worker and the elementary building lead. It's the elementary building lead positions that did not have a raise for 10 years. So really that's what we targeted to go ahead again and make those competitive. And then you can see as the schedule, as we go across the steps, I've tried to have some consistency in terms of annual increases between the steps, knowing that that would be in addition to a cost of living increase. Again, the structure for administrative assistants, it's set up to be the same 6-step structure. In order to go ahead and get those starting rates to be as competitive as we'd like, the increase to that step 1 was somewhere between 1 and 10% increase. And again, those higher increases were for those positions where we struggle to fill the most and we've had the most turnover. And then as well, we've tried to have some consistency in terms of the step increases over time. And then administrative assistant will look really familiar now that we've seen the other areas in terms of the 6 steps. And now I have to figure out how to get back to the presentation. Thank you for your patience. So, as I mentioned, today I met with a number of members of our support staff and shared this information, as well as walked them through implementation for an existing Wauwatosa employee. So here are a couple of examples of what I've costed and how I would propose to implement the system. So these are not real employees. They're examples that illustrate some of the nuances with the steps and placement. Ms. Hernandez is an operations relief worker. She's been in the district for 7 years and in that same position for 7 years. Currently, she's at the highest step of that custodial maintenance structure, which is step 4. And so in looking to transition her to the new schedule, because she's been in the position for 7 years and in the district for 7 years, we would have her move all the way over to step 6 in the structure. So her rate as of July 1, if approved, would be $24.39 per hour. And then because she would already be at step 6, she would have annual cost of living increases onto that dollar amount. Mr. Jones is an administrative assistant in the district. He's been 2 years in his current position, but 5 years total. And so when we look to go ahead and transition him to the new schedule, he's currently at step 3. He's gotten 2 years worth of step increases. And because he's in his 2nd year, he would also go to step 3 in the new structure because the other 3 years of his experience were not in that same position. And then on his 3rd anniversary, he would be eligible to move to step 4. And then finally, Mr. Larson is a health room and clerical aide who has been in that particular position for 4 years and 10 years in the district. As I mentioned, there is one position in that educational assistant pay structure that only had 1 step. It's this one, the health room clerical aide. So even though Mr. Larson has been in that position for 4 years, he's still at step 1. And so in the new position, he'd go to step 4 right away. Again, part of what I have communicated with our support staff, and I've said it several times with you this evening, we will need to continue to invest in the salary structure to make sure we don't get stuck again. And so that means percentage increases annually along with those step increases. So future considerations. So whenever we add money to the salary schedule, it has an annual increase, an annual escalating increase in terms of adding those percentage increases. We'll talk in a little bit this evening about where we're at in budget planning for next year. Dr. Jessup Anger, I appreciated your reference earlier to the amount of funding our neighboring school district gets, which is substantially more per student than Wauwatosa gets. We can afford
$6.7 million.
Yes, this does not take all of that. So from the perspective of sustaining and implementing a system like this, we need more appropriate funding from the state level. And we have the ability to build this into our budget as a high priority because we're building the budget from the beginning again. Just like the teacher compensation system, this is probably going to take a couple of swings, a couple of adjustments to go ahead and make sure it really works for us. In talking with the support staff who sat on my subcommittee, and just the support staff that I've met and really gotten to know and understand their experiences this year so far, it's very clear that we also need to be looking at bonus payments and longevity increases, just like we have built into the teacher compensation system. And what I've communicated is that that's a step 2 activity. Let's get the new system in place for right now so we can start people, and we're not going to go ahead and forget about those who've been really loyal and good, and we want them working with our kids. Finally, I would say from a sustainability standpoint, that having 16% of our education assistant positions unfilled is not sustainable. That if we have a system in place that's working, we're going to stop spending money on hiring and time on hiring and have more time for kids in classrooms with the staff members they need. And that is absolutely critical and essential. So from an overview perspective, if the board chooses to approve the proposal, we would do a July 1st, 2023 implementation. So staff members would have their new schedule placement as of July 1, 23. So next year they'd be paid those additional wages. The minimum increase for every employee in these classifications is 2%. That's the smallest increase, and others are more than that, again, based on the recommendations. And the total cost of this proposal is $385,000.
Thank you. Any board comments or questions?
Just one quick question. How competitive does this make us then?
This has us so based on the position, this has us in the top 25% of all wages in the Milwaukee area within an employee's first 3 years.
Okay. That's a start.
I just want to say a quick thank you. This was a real burning issue for me last year, and I'm really glad to see that it came to fruition.
I want to thank you as well. And I think it connects. I appreciate that you connected it back to all of our previous conversations. It's all connected together. I love this idea. I want to be able to pay people more. I want to pay them what, they're probably worth much more than even this, but how do we sustain this though? So over time, and I know you're presenting a few other things tonight as well. And so we're talking about our salary increases accumulating over time. It's an ongoing cost that we're committing to. How do we do that over time? Because I know right now we do have a little bit of a surplus in our budget, but that won't obviously always be the case.
Correct. Yeah.
I can address that.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
The reality of it is the state has not provided the cost of living increase or the consumer price index to school districts since 2009. So it's the equivalent of you're asking us to pay staff based on the cost of eggs in 2009, and they cost different now. Simply put, if the state just meet their expectation and fund us at the consumer price index, we can sustain this. And I think that's why Dr. Jessup Anger mentioned the fact that there is a $7 billion surplus that the state currently has. So this, at least for this biannual budget, this should not be a challenge. And it's going to require us to continue to stay engaged, because ultimately there's a legislator in Rylander who is making a decision around how much we can pay staff in Wauwatosa. That's the reality. So I know I've received a lot of questions as well around this proposal of how can you sustain this? We can't sustain it if the legislature lives up to its requirements of providing adequate funding, and that's in the Constitution. Provide adequate funding for public education. They haven't done that. But what's happened statewide is that people come to local school board meetings and then they ask their local school board, well, why isn't this happening? This is not a local school board issue. This is a state legislature issue.
But how do other districts do so well, so much better, just being devil's advocate, than we do in providing attractive salary and hourly rate, especially for this position? What levers do they pull that we don't pull?
I think one lever so we talked about a neighboring district already. Yeah. Their revenue limit has been higher than the Wauwatosa School District's revenue limit since 1993. So that gap of $6.7 million or so continues to grow. Similar school district in terms of size, if they have $6.7 million more than we do to operate, that's one lever that they have. But there are other levers that communities are choosing to utilize in order to ensure that their employees are compensated.
Like what?
Benefits. Is that not accurate?
Benefits is one. I was thinking of another lever. There are communities who have chosen to utilize either operating referendums or they've utilized, and I think this district has done this, have used facility referendums, and then you rotate the funds for at least a short period of time. But I think there's another lever that we can control, and that is, and I think Ms. Elizowski tried to address this earlier, the other lever is that we have frozen salaries in this district for over a number of different years. And I know that prior to COVID actually happening, going into the 2019-2020 school year, there was a plan to provide increases, but I think the world pandemic stopped that. But that was another lever. I think another lever that wasn't used that we can't ignore is that the prior salary system for at least our support staff had limited steps. And then for teachers, the lever that wasn't utilized is that we weren't distributing those funds to all staff members. It was more of a merit system to a certain degree. And so it wasn't equally distributed to everyone. And I know Ms. Elizowski is going to get into that later, but we had a line item of providing, at least for teachers, $400,000 for increases. When you spread $400,000 across all of our staff members, over 600 some odd staff members, that's clearly not enough. And so our commitment of moving from $400,000 to 1.2, I think was significant last year. I think this proposal for the support staff is phase one. We have more to do, but I think what we're finding is that it wasn't tended to as intently as you have to your point, Mr. Phillips, as you have to continue to stay competitive with other school systems.
So too quick.
Hold on, let me finish.
Yeah.
We've talked a lot about youth risk behavior survey, discipline. How important is it, the staff, right, and helping us cure those? Support staff, otherwise.
Brass tacks, I think we've lost 2 or 3 potential student supervisors at one of our secondary schools because of the pay. So we've gone through the entire process, and then they would say, so how much are you going to compensate us? And they'll say, I'm out. I can go work at a fast food place for more. I think we're losing, candidly, the support staff these are the people who are boots on the ground with the student who may be the disrespectful student, who can say, please listen to your teacher. We're losing those people because they can go to other places and get compensated more. So it is having a direct impact on the conversations we had earlier tonight.
Thank you.
So 3 quick things. One, I'm pretty sure of at least one of these districts in the comparables. I will not name it as I don't have the cruel to do that, but is headed for a financial cliff in 2 or 3 years because they've got salary structured in and they don't know what they're going to do. So the grass might look greener, but maybe not. Second thing, to really understand this, you'd have to do this massive managerial economic study. But if we had zero open enrollment and had only the buildings we need for residents, indeed, the average state revenue for every kid in a classroom in front of the teacher would be higher, and we could pay the teachers more. On the other hand, then we have busing. What if we lose enrollment because we lose the neighborhood school concept? Very complex decision with a lot of opportunities to have unforeseen consequences that could put you in the tank. Third thing, and I really, in my gut, believe this, we need to manage better. All these student behavioral things where we didn't get the interventions right 5, 6 years ago when some of these kids were 5, 6 years younger, and we didn't do the things that Luke is suggesting now, that has a cost right now that we're having to pay for. So in a sense, you could tell me, well, not just on faith, but if we're getting out of this management problem that has a cost, and that we're going to turn around the behavioral questions because we're going to do our jobs better. And that's not blaming the kids. It's we do our jobs better. Maybe we don't have as expensive of a cost structure in 5 years, and that helps us out as well. I just don't know. I really don't know. So nobody take anything I said and run with it. It's just kind of spitballing on the wall here. What could we do? I don't know.
If I could just say, I mean, I just think it's so important, and we see it in these numbers, that we prioritize paying our support staff, those who are in direct contact with our students, those who spend the most face-to-face time with our students, some with the more challenging and intense needs, that we prioritize making sure that we're, paying them what they deserve and what they're valued at. So thank you for this.
Ms. Elizoski's heard me say this before, but I'm a son of a head custodian. And that's how my dad put food on our table. So when I see what we've done with the support staff, I like to say very clearly, they're the people who run the schools. The principal may think they run the school. They don't. That head custodian and the administrative assistants are the ones who are running the school day to day. And we haven't attended to their compensation. And clearly with the educational assistants, where they're dealing with some of our most complex, I won't say challenging, but I would say complex and vulnerable students. We have an opportunity here to address this group of employees.
Thank you for pulling this forward. Thank you for doing this work. Thank you for including the staff in doing the work, giving them voice. I think I've seen again and again where you are doing that. I appreciate it, and I hope that continues. I know we've got 2 other items. The next one is a discussion for a proposed 22-23 WEA compensation adjustment.
Yes, in the effort to go ahead and be convenient or efficient with our time, I just kept our slide presentation. So please mentally refer back to the strategic plan and why this is coming forward, and remembering what our needs are that brought us here. So as Dr. Means mentioned, prior to 2022, our annual allocation for teacher salary increases was somewhere in the $0 to $400,000 range. And further, that allocation was not evenly distributed across our teacher group. There was a merit-based system involved that I think from the feedback that I've had in the many conversations I've had with our teachers across the district, not everyone understood how to activate that merit-based increase and how they were going to access that over time. And so we are with this employee group We are also facing just a really different transition in terms of how we're thinking about compensation. And so with the new system approved last year, we're really looking at experience as the driver of compensation. And then, of course, we have expectations for professional performance as well. But really the annual increases, the merit bumps, they're based on service. So last spring, we approved over $1.1 million to go into the salary system. You may recall this fall, I recommended some additional adjustments to go ahead and bring staff members more in line with their peers in the compensation system. And now I'm bringing forward to you another proposal for about $215,000 that looks at how staff members are paid, again, based on the comparison of their years of service to Wauwatosa and where they're placed on the salary schedule. When we converted and transitioned staff members to our new system, the average increase across staff members was about 5.2%. And some of that 5.2%, just for your background, also comes in the form of individuals having promotions in the organization. But salary changes overall last year for teachers were an average of 5.2%. The smallest increase for our teachers was 1.5%. And so you get a sense of the range of what the increases were across this group of 600 and some FTE. And so the proposal that was actually brought to us by the Wauwatosa Education Association, our unionized teacher group, was that we adjust the salary level placement for educators whose variance between their years of teaching in Wauwatosa and the equivalent numerical value of their level placement was greater than 3. We also wanted to make sure that we were looking at individuals who, again, had given strong service to the organization. So we looked at those with 7 years of experience and above, and we looked at salaries that were less than $75,000, really to focus on bringing the lesser paid teachers, bumping them up at least one level. So an example would be a teacher, Ms. Franklin, has been in Wauwatosa for 8 years. She'd been placed at level D, the equivalent of 4. And since her years of service are greater than 3 different from her level placement, she would be recommended to increase 1 level to level E. And that's how the formula worked in terms of understanding what the WEA was asking for. So just like our other proposal related to compensation, in order to maintain and continue to invest in our teacher salaries, we need adequate funding from the state. There's also, so we're in year 1 technically, but a second round of adjustments to the teacher system. There are probably going to be some more adjustments that we're going to need over time, but that will lessen. The more we invest in making the system consistent for our teachers, the less that we're going to need to put back into it. But just like our support staff structure, we're looking at level increases annually, as well as cost of living increases on that schedule to go ahead and make sure we're staying competitive. You heard my impassioned plea related to how important these changes are in the compensation structure to make sure we're giving kids what they need. And I would much rather spend time improving and helping to grow our existing staff members than replacing them. And not just from a financial standpoint, but also from an energy standpoint. If we got some more time to go ahead and improve our systems across the board, we're really going to make some traction moving forward. So the recommendation and the overview would that we would be adjusting teachers' salaries for this current school year to increase the consistency and improve the continuity of the teacher salary system and improve our local competitiveness. And as I look at this slide, there's also a typo on the prior slide. The total cost of this proposal is $185. $215 is what the next proposal is. So we'll get there in just a minute. And again, if you approve this proposal, the increases would be retroactive to July 1 and teachers that have those increases this current year.
Should we go through the next proposal and then combine?
That's
or
great.
comment question?
Yep. So the next proposal is a retention bonus payments. So you may recall that this past summer, a cost of living increase of 3.4% was approved for our hourly custodian and maintenance, educational assistants, and administrative assistant positions. And you may also recall that the consumer price index, or the cost of living increase, was 4.7%. In talking with our support staff, as well as our teachers union, it was interesting that the ideas aligned as a good faith commitment to making more changes for next year for support staff, as well as for our teachers, if they did not receive at least a 4.7% increase, wanting to go ahead and provide them with at least that cost of living additional payment. The proposal is that if for those continuing staff members from last year that did not get at least 4.7%, that we would provide them with the equivalent of the 1.3% to equal the overall 4.7% increase. Again, with the caveat being that they had to continue from last year because we're rewarding those who we retained, and they have to be actively employed when the proposal is considered. So again, these would be one-time bonus payments. They would not add recurring expense. Funds are available in the budget this year for that payment. Again, it's a financial token of our appreciation for their work. This impacts about 409 employees in the organization, and this proposal costs $215,000.
Questions from the board?
I know in one of the documents you sent us, or that were attached in board docs, there was you identified that our teaching staff, and I think this was prior to the increase last year, but the teaching staff were the third from the lowest paid in our CISA district.
Total compensation.
Can you, with the increase that they were given already, and then we add in kind of this new thing from the WEA, where would that bring us? Where would that bring our total compensation for our teachers?
It's a really great question. So in the Baird model, which is where that data came from, that data lags 1 year behind. So we don't have current year data. And Dr. Means has been working to go ahead and get some current year data, not just for teachers, but also for support staff to kind of let us to try to figure out how close we are. So I don't have that equivalent information right now, but it will certainly move us in the right direction. But we don't know how much yet. Okay.
I will say I appreciate this, and understanding and being in a union as a teacher, that experience is a driver. But I really would like to see us start to have the conversation about increasing base pay for all of our teachers and our teachers who are just entering the district, to attract them, because it is concerning that we're in the lower 1/3 of pay. And anecdotally, I have a child right now who has a new teacher, and then a child who has a veteran teacher, and they're having the best educational experience, right? So we know that, experience means something, especially when it's a driver for pay, but also making sure that we're talking about that base pay and even, entering salaries for some of our newer teaching staff.
Thank you. So I think, as we play out what the teacher schedule looks like, so it's kind of the same concept, or it is the same concept that I talked about with support staff. So in order to keep that schedule moving forward, there would be annual increases across the levels. So it's going to bump up that starting teacher rate. And then annually teachers would move a level as well. So they're getting that combined cost of living increase plus the extra, I think it's 2.5% different based on the levels, for their year of service.
And just, back to what I said, I mean, we have to prioritize the adults who are with our kids, who are the face-to-face and the direct instructional time with our children. So, and I know I've talked to Mr. Brightman just about, can we think of creative, flexible ways so we can really ramp up that teacher pay so that we are paying them what they're worth and attracting great teachers.
Yeah. Sounds really good to me.
I'm sure you will support our legislative platform.
Absolutely.
That's the start.
Yeah.
So because it's not an issue with Mr. Brightman, it's with the legislature. Yeah.
I think that's a piece of it, a huge piece of it, but also I want us to, I mean, kind of what.
It's the primary driver.
It is a primary driver, but I just wonder if there are things we can leverage in our own budget and where we're allocating money to make sure that we're compensating our teachers and those who are directly involved with our students. And, Mr. Brightman and I talked a little bit about healthcare, and can we leverage it in a different way where we free up some money that we can add to the salary of teachers, right? I want to start having the conversation about creative ways to compensate our teachers.
And Mr. Brightman knows I've been very leery of discussing benefits because I think when I talk to teachers in our district, that one of the reasons why they have stayed is because of the benefit package.
I'm not implying change the benefit package, but are there things that we can rethink?
I think for the typical teacher, when they hear at a board meeting people saying rethink, they assume that something's going to
change.
change.
I don't mean change. I don't mean change. That's all. I just mean changing the benefit.
I want to just keep it very simple for our public at the beginning. Again, and I think Ms. Bienfeld and Ms. Fraley have done a nice job in just highlighting that cost of living increase has not been provided to public schools since 2009. That is a significant, we just can't bypass that. And then the other thing I would just add is we're not in the bottom 1/3. Our teachers are not in the bottom 1/3 of pay. We're like
third from the bottom.
We're the third from the bottom.
Yes, third from the
bottom. And so I just want to point that out because that didn't happen overnight. I mean, that happened over the course of years. I'm very proud of what we have done in this 2-year frame. I'm very proud of the collaborative nature that we've done it with the WEA in terms of the salary system is how they wanted it. That the proposal that you are hearing that tonight is what they recommended to us. But yes, I think we can always be more creative with our budget, and I appreciate that feedback. But if there's anyone who's listening to us, you cannot. Please do not let the legislature off the hook. Especially with this biennial budget.
But I just think too, we're in a critical place where we don't have educators entering into the pipeline. We're losing them at a rate unlike any other, right? And I don't know if that means I'm not a CFO, but does that mean short-term borrowing? I mean, I just feel like there has to be creative solutions because we need teachers. If we don't have great teachers, we're not going to have a great district. So, and I appreciate everything that you're doing, but I just, I want to start.
I want to limit us to our agenda topic, and we're straying quite a bit from it. So points well taken.
Okay.
And any questions specific to this presentation? Ms. Fraley.
I really appreciate what you've done in terms of when we think about the difference between equity and equality. I think much of what you've put before us is about equity. I really appreciated that the WEA has some data in terms of that their own, their folks supporting their folks so even if I might not get that, I want to see my colleagues get that. That feels really good. I will say one of the things I would love to know from you in the future, and I asked this of Dr. Means earlier today, is like, what would not acceptable, but like a starting teacher salary be that we would be really proud to offer and to and if that's the 5-year, that we're aiming towards or whatever it is, I would just love to know from your professional, background and not even like, what are other people doing? Like, what would be a fair and equitable salary where someone could afford to teach and live in Wauwatosa, that kind of thing. So, but thank you for putting all 3 of these proposals before us. Thank you for partnering so that we know that they're supported. And I'll just say, I wish it was more, as I'm sure everybody here does.
I want to end this. I'm just literally going to repeat what Leanne just said, which I think was brilliant. What is a fair and equitable salary that an excellent teacher could live and work in Wauwatosa and make a career teaching our kids? Thank you, Ms. Alisowski.
Thank you.
We are going to move into a discussion regarding the 23-24 school year budget planning process. This is under Strategic Goal 6, Operations. Mr. Brightman, Chief Finance and Operations Officer, is joining us for this one. I think we should have started out with not only birthday singing, but birthday cake.
I've eaten everything in my bag.
We missed.
I had a whole bag of baby carrots. A giant bag of baby carrots.
We need snacks.
I ran out of Tic Tacs.
Well, I'm good. I ate all the baby.
Okay. Maybe you think I deserve that.
No tax.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've eaten a Lara bar, some Skittles. No bar.
At 6 makes me like hungry or something.
Well, I forgot
See,
to.
you thought that 6 o'clock would help, but
That's right.
it's been up.
It's not 11 snacks.
Okay, that's true.
Snacks, more snacks. I'm
Well,
glad it's 10 right now, not 11.
$1,500.
Yeah, I would love for somebody at some point to help me understand that.
If you can. You tried. That's just really.
It's like quantum mechanics. Yeah. Has to do with property valuations and assessment values. Is that right?
No, in this one, it's literally in 1993 when they locked in how much schools spent.
Oh, yes, yes.
Whatever you did.
Yeah.
You started from that point and escalated up.
Yeah, yeah.
And
So we were doing something low, and so we have more.
if Elbrook at that moment had an opportunity to spend, and I don't know what the exact story was, that much more on a nature capital project. Or something, they
Mhm.
invested something that year.
Yeah.
And that's like a law or whatever that cannot be changed. We can't go back to
Not subtle.
our close community and say we want this to be different.
No, we can't.
Oh,
That's the operator.
Operators.
oh, that's just not.
But we're actually on topic.
Yeah,
now.
yeah. Yeah.
No, we are. This has to do with what was. It sounds negative, but it was the tax to the max. What we always, for 20 years, we've levied, and more than that, levied the maximum that we can, because you can never catch up. Once you get a little behind, you can never, just like this now, you know, you can never catch up. You can never get it back. And so your base is lower always.
All right, so as we're moving through our budget process, we're also building out a communication side to our budget. So having both happen at the same time rather than doing all the numbers and coming back at the end and doing the communication side. So we have two themes. It's elementary goes with the legislative platform that we talked quite a bit about. The board just approved that. We're now building out some creative ways to hopefully put some legs underneath that and get some traction with legislators, with the governor, and have it get some attention and hopefully help in the process of what we're looking at. And then School Finance 101 is a way to kind of brand how we do the budget communications in a way that we hope that is helpful to the community and the board to help make good decisions and understand what we're prioritizing as we move forward. So it started with one slide that just really shows how do we know if we're being fiscally responsible with the dollars that we manage. And there's two ways that happen really every year. The first one is the clean audit opinion. So as we talked about before in our recent finance committee meeting, we have an annual financial audit. And if we get an unmodified clean audit opinion, that's a third party validation that we're doing things the way that we should. I didn't put on here, but the second one would be in the audit realm would be DPI, the state. They also audit what we do through our auditor's lens and then look at those results themselves. So there's that other cross check based on that expertise. The second one I put on the page here is the bond rating of AA1. That's extremely high. So if you look at the chart, we're at the far left with a very select few districts. And a key metric there is how does the district manage their funds? They see having an appropriate fund balance as a key indicator. They look at community demographics, our budget process, all those types of things. But the important thing there is it's not just when you issue debt. There's an annual reporting that we do to the underwriters to show that we're keeping pace with the commitments we made when we issued the debt to stay on track with our fiscal responsibilities. So that's happening actually right now as we look at it. We're in the top 7% of the state as far as a bond rating goes. So we should be very proud of that. And again, that demonstrates very, very high levels of fiscal responsibility that I can't take credit for yet because I just joined the district 6 months ago, but I plan to keep that continuing forward. I did put in the legislative platform language here. I won't go through that. We've gone through that several times. This slide really highlights what Dr. Beans was saying is, the school board has very little authority other than an operating referendum about how you increase resources from one year to the next. It really comes from the state level. The state constitution requires adequate funding for public education. And it's our state government's role through the biennial budget process to drive that and make sure they're aligned to that. So local school board has some control. You could raise student fees a little bit if you wanted to, that kind of thing, but it really doesn't do much to address budget shortfalls and keep pace with just ongoing budget needs. The chart that we were discussing previously a little bit is looking here at the revenue limits as they came into place. And layered on this too, back in 2012-13, there was another way to fund schools that's included here on a per pupil basis as part of our platform. But if you look back at 1993, that is when revenue limits came into place. Wauwatosa was locked in at a fixed amount per student, as was every other district in the state. And you were locked in based on nothing more than where you were the prior year as your revenue authority. That was it. So districts that entered in high, stayed high. Districts that entered in lower, stayed lower. That's just the way that the formula was developed and it has worked over time. One piece of the formula that was kept pace with, as you can see, the dark blue bars are where the state kept pace with CPI, inflationary increases over time. The light blue is where they deviate from that. We've talked quite a bit about that also. Act 10 is the big drop in funding. And then really from that time forward, really 2009 to present, there hasn't been a pace with CPI as part of that formula. So that is our number one legislative request. And yes, we do want everyone to chime in and do your part to really make sure that that gets driven home with our legislators and our governor as we look forward. The state does have the dollars. I mentioned this in finance too at our last meeting. There's about a $7 billion fund balance or reserve status the state has. So that would be one-time funds they could consider using for adequate purposes. And there's also a $6 billion in an operating surplus. So they have both of those items. And that was clarity for me to really have Speaker Voss talk about both of them and how they're separate and distinct, but yet real in what they have. And the $6 billion may be as high as 7.5 billion. They'll get new numbers coming out over the next couple of months. But regardless, there is the money with the state to fund what we're requesting for schools across the state, along with the other things that they have for budget needs for everything from higher ed to the prison system to Medicaid, all the things that we talk about. There's dollars there to fund all those things in that type of dollar threshold. Big reminder, Joint Finance 2 years ago did placehold dollars to avoid as much of a fiscal cliff when they do the current biennial budget planning. And they put aside $350 million to jumpstart that, about $400 per student. And so we just want to remind them that they did recognize the fiscal cliff. They did put money aside. This language was vetoed by the governor because it wasn't restrictive or wasn't deemed to be possibly constitutional. They're state constitutional, but it was recognized, and that's the important part. Whether it was place held separately or just part of the reserves I just showed you, doesn't matter. It was still recognized and put into place. So that will be a starting point. Also for those discussions, you've all seen the budget calendar. That's our budget process as we go through the year. Just a quick reminder, all the yellow highlighted items are when the board takes official action on something. And so the first one was open enrollment seats. You'll see that one on the screen. I broke the one pager into 3 slides just to make it legible on the screen. Another important factor is we have over 16 public discussion opportunities. This is one of those. Finance committee meetings are some of those. And the upcoming meetings are also opportunities for the board and the public to really be in tune and in touch with the budget process. We won't really pass an official budget till October, so a lot of time passes between now and then. We're not going to follow a traditional school budgeting model. That's kind of the old way of doing business. I won't go through that in depth, but we are going to follow a much more proactive approach, much more inclusive. We've talked about that a lot tonight, which I'd love to hear as the strategic plan is driving our discussions, our decision-making, our resources. That term academic return on investment, we'll continue to talk about that quite a bit. We want to earn trust and credibility through showing results over time. And so we will work hard to do that. We're going to look at short and long-term fiscal planning. Balanced budgets over long-term will be an important piece that we put forward. And we need to have healthy discussions on all the things we talked about tonight, plus many more. We talked about the number of facilities we have. We talked about operating referendums. They're all options that should be discussed It's healthy to talk about those things. It doesn't mean we're going to do all of them. It doesn't mean right now. It just means that they're healthy to look at the opportunity cost, life cycles, and the idea of strategic abandonment where it makes sense to do so. It's also not typical. We're like breaking that mold, but it's not typical to have the academic side talk closely with the finance side throughout the budget process. We're going to make sure we do that. And again, align things up to the strategic priorities, which are mostly academic based as they should be. We're going to make database decisions. A lot of red on this chart. That's where resources should be driven. We want to take the resources and put them where they need the most. It may drive hard discussions or maybe charts with a lot of green that maybe we need to take some resources and put them where there's the red. It may just be part of our decision-making process. But again, we'll have those discussions in open session with the board and with others. We also want to look at where things are working really well. If we have things that on the chart are lower cost but give us great results, we want to understand those things and replicate those and use those and leverage those. But the inverse is also true. If we have things that cost a lot but aren't giving us a big return, we want to make sure we sunset those or rethink those things and make those decisions. So that's how we'll be trying to operate as we move forward. Talked a lot tonight about competitive compensation being a key pillar for what we need to do as a system. And as we've said, for lots of reasons we need to focus on that. The big one is we want to be able to hire, retain, and attract staff to our system. And we just can't do that if we're not competitive with our compensation. As we saw, we're in that third lowest pillar there, and that's just not a good place to be. Right sizing our staff to align to our needs. And that doesn't mean downsize. Right size can mean adding staff. It means having the right size staff for the needs and priorities that we have as a system. We will evaluate all vacancies for possible restructuring, efficiencies, that kind of thing. But the right size really comes into play with what I just mentioned. And then we want to use some best practices both on the academic side as well as the budgeting side as we look forward. Mentioned those previously. So we're going to define and properly discuss ideas and uses of fund balance and what it's there for, the idea of division and school carryovers and what that might mean as far as budget capacity within systems. And then what's an appropriate contingency in a budget? We never want to budget to the penny on every single line item because we are going to have things happen where we need to go in and have things shift around. But we want to at least be transparent and very upfront about what those contingencies are and why we're planning on those. As we prioritize through our budget plans, school safety security always will be number one. If there's a need there, we will find a way to fund that. Access and inclusion, number two. Our strategic priorities would then rank number three. And then we have fiduciary responsibilities, things like taking care of our facilities, deferred maintenance that we just have to keep pace with or it builds up a big problem in the future. And if it's a five and other, it doesn't fit those four, we have to think hard about whether it really fits and is a true priority. I don't want to pick on the tower, but that would be an other, right? It would be something that we couldn't justify with the top four, but it does fit as far as an idea. As we look at a budget planning formula, and the next finance meeting a week from tonight, we'll start looking at budget projections and long-term planning strategies. But essentially, it's a formula. You look at this year's budget. We're right now reconciling our staffing as well as other cost centers to what the current budget says we have to what we're actually spending money on to make sure the new team here has 100% confidence in what we're planning from. We'll then layer in key revenue assumption and enrollment assumptions, key expenditure assumptions. That can be everything from a cost of living increase for staff to what we're seeing for natural gas costs. All those things will be wrapped into that budget projection. And then we'll have our leverage items. And I think Luke mentioned this earlier. We're gathered lots of items from all over the district. I think we have just under $10 million of needs identified or wants. Most of those are needs, and those will be helped and wrapped into the budget process also. So you take all those items, you layer those in, and that's how we get a budget forecast projection that we'll start to work from. But the number one thing, as we've mentioned, is the funding side, and the state is in that mode right now. Slide from a couple of meetings ago, actually back in October, we went through our fiscal year end and looked at the slide that kind of itemized a little bit what our budget surpluses were. And we ended in a good place on the expense side, but we also ended in a positive place on the revenue side. And that was part of what was predicted as we came into this budget cycle. because we had same in last year that we intended to use for this year's budget. So I know I get some questions. Why did we budget to a deficit budget for the current year? That's because that $1.6 million in one-time revenues, it's a timing difference. If you merge that with our current budget, it's a balanced budget for this current year. And we will look to balanced budgets as we plan out long-term also. It doesn't mean every year is going to be a balanced budget. There could be decisions from one year to the next, but over the long term, it would be a balanced budget strategy to again provide sustainability to the things that we're recommending. Fund balance is a key thing too that we'll talk through a little bit more. I will spend time on that at this meeting. But as far as next steps, we're developing right now the key assumptions, and those will be crystal clear about what's driving our budget, where we have the current budget state. And we'll look at the budget projections, as I said, next week at the Finance and Resources Committee for the first time. We'll do a cadence where we look at things typically at the Finance Committee and then bring it to the full board. And that gives us a good sounding board. We are on the right track with that group of board members. We want to advocate heavily for that return to CPI-based funding. And again, that hasn't happened since 2009. So this is something we want them to go back and really drive as a future goal with funding schools, is to go back to the funding formula as it was developed, as it was compromised at that time, to be a sustainable system for funding schools. We'll commit to having balanced budget strategies long-term as we plan forward. And we'll look at the strategic plan to define those priorities as we move forward also. So for tonight, not a real meaty budget context, not a lot of numbers, which is you're probably thinking me right now that we're not looking at numbers this time, but this is how we're laying out the budget process. And I think you're going to hopefully track well with it, and we'll make some informed and intentional decisions with the resources that we have as we look forward.
Any more questions, Mr. Martin?
Just real quick, the idea of partnering with the academic area for budgeting and the idea of return on investment explicitly stated. Well, it's been a long time since we really explicitly stated what can we offer to teach that will attract enrollment. Is it STEM schools, elementary schools? Is it, our whatever? Is there something where we would, and this we look to the educational experts and the economics experts and things, what can we do with our high school programs to attract like K-8 students to our high school in 9th grade, some kind of job, I know we have things we do now, partnerships with business. Are there other things we can do? I mean, just brazen, we can make money on this teaching program. I think there's nothing wrong with that. It pays the bills, it educates kids. You'd have engaged, interested kids, and they'd have a future when they graduated. That sounds pretty good to me. Can we start to explore those? Is it a healthcare program in the high schools? Is it a IT program? Is it, I don't know what. I just don't know.
And I think my understanding is the other piece of the academic return on investment is what's working and how do we invest in things that drive academic achievement and outcomes. Is that?
That's very, very correct. And it's not always the costly things that are driving improvement. Sometimes it's it's practices. It's things that we can learn from each other and just replicate. So it's that kind of thinking that we are already doing in the system that I think will pay big dividends for us.
Okay. Makes sense.
So I asked Ms. Zelezoski the question about sustainability for these salary increases. If the state legislature doesn't give us this extra money, they don't allocate this in this next biennium, is this sustainable for us to do this?
Yeah, it's a need. It's a priority, and it's a need to have the adequate compensation side. So we'll be developing two kind of base scenarios. One would be the funding requests as we have in the legislative platform, so 880 year one and the 440 year two. We'll be developing a secondary platform for projection based on half of that for year one and 440 for year two. And I think we're hearing from the state government that there is going to be funding for schools. So I don't think we have to think there's going to be nothing like it was the last biennium. The complication of the last 2 years was the influx of those federal dollars. And so that was very much a complication. So I crossed my fingers that we don't get that again, short term, but I don't think we will. So the state, I think, will be back on to pace, and they are recognizing high inflation. They are recognizing the lack of funding over the last biennium. So I think with all that in the mix, it's a positive picture. But there's no doubt we need to pay for the things that we saw on the screen earlier. You'll see those front and center on, it's called a budget scorecard, and it'll be laid out there. It'll show that we're paying for that as part of the budget mix that we have, and it is a sustainable, recurring, ongoing cost. And so we wouldn't be recommending that tonight if we didn't think we could manage that.
Thank you. Just one thing, you were going to clarify that $85,000.
Yeah, so looking back at, we started the discussions on the policy updates, I think back in maybe August, September. And at that time, we reviewed the city of Wauwatosa's purchasing policies, and municipalities have a $25,000 threshold for public works projects, which is a lot of what they do. So road projects, things that you can go out and engineer and then get bids on. There's statutes that they have to align. But for other things in their budget, consulting contracts, that kind of thing, and I forgot what the other language was, they had a higher threshold. And I recall it being about $50,000. I looked tonight when the comment was made, and it's actually $100,000. So I'll call the city CFO and talk to him and find out whether that was updated, number one, and then kind of get his take on what that means. I guess what we looked at more closely than the city was really benchmarking to other districts. I know we looked at New Berlin, and they had a policy consistent with what we previously had, about $25,000 as a threshold. Elmbrook had a higher number. I think it was $250,000 for contracts up to 5 years. So effectively $1.25 million as the threshold. Hamilton Sussex didn't have a threshold. And as I mentioned earlier, I haven't worked in a district with a defined threshold. It's been using your best practices and your own judgment and being prudent with your purchasing, which we would be regardless of having thresholds in place or not. So I'll research a little bit more. I'll reach out to the city and get a little more information on how they do their purchasing. But again, I think the policy that we updated, we did in reaction to the purchasing audit that we had. And one of their findings was to look at that threshold and define whether that was appropriate or not, because you want to have a balance between having a threshold if you have one and having things navigate through the system. We thought that that was a reasonable place to be. So
I looked at the city, and the 2550s for bids, it doesn't say anything about whether it needs the entire common council to approve those or not. It's only about bidding. They don't have a called out process that I saw just around like, what does the entire common council need to approve? It was just around bidding, to your point. There was 25,000 for certain projects and 50 for others that they had to go out and get bids, but they didn't have a process in any of the governance or regulations around this. When does the entire 16 common council and the members need to approve an expenditure? That's what I saw.
Yeah,
Similar to you.
Yeah, both the city I know and us, we both used Government Finance Officers Association and their best practices as far as looking at policy updates and things. So we're all, I think, tracking on the same page with those things.
One other comment that was made was the board is still getting the monthly reports, and everything that's over the previous threshold still included on that. And there is available every expenditure, the binder. So if folks want to dig in, they can.
Yeah, correct. The financial report that the board will continue to get monthly has the last page or second to last page has all purchases over $20,000. That'll continue in that same dollar magnitude. We just want to be transparent with that piece too.
So that won't shift to 85, that'll stay at 20?
No, we talked through our business office. We're going to keep it at the 20.
Cool.
If we need anybody to go before the common council to clarify that on our end, I'm happy to do that. Just saying.
Thank you, Ms. Fraley.
Happy to take that task on.
Okay. If there's no other questions, I'm going to move us towards board governance. Point number 7, action to approve second reading of policies. Any final questions for Mr. Brightman? Awesome. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It's recommended that the school board approve the second reading of policies 3111, 3422B, 5113, and 8390, and I so move.
May I have a second?
Second.
Any comments or questions before we vote?
I do actually, I've heard from some of our teaching staff and they had some questions. So I'm going to pass it along because I did not know the answer to this. So this is specific to policy 8390. This is the animal policy. So we say that it must be tied to having an animal, a non-service animal in your school must be tied to a specific curriculum, and you must provide a current satisfactory health certificate. So questions that were asked were, is SEL a curriculum that we can use? The specific example was a turtle that is in the main office, and the turtle is often used when kids are dysregulated. They come and they get to talk to the turtle or feed the turtle. Sometimes the turtle gets people into the building who are otherwise very resistant to step into the building. So it's not a specific curriculum, but obviously serves a purpose. Also, same school, they have fish that are part of their curriculum. Do the fish have to go to a veterinarian? I know. And then who pays for that? But it's written in our policy. So I just want to clarify what we're actually asking for.
Those are two good questions. I read the letter from the student who proposed that we have something. And Dr. Hoig, I agree with what I think you're trying to say. How in the world do we get a health certificate for every animal that comes into the classroom? That just doesn't sound practical. I mean, sure, if we're going to start bringing in like sick gerbils or whatever, no, we don't want to do that. But how do you avoid that? My concern, not concern. I'll vote yes, because this is more than we had. And so, okay, take the progress. I sense that the students' concern was animals that die. And then are we somehow keeping an eye on that? And so I don't see that there's enough of that here. Not to be negative about, you're just saying, hey, this one thing, it looks too strong. And I'm saying, hey, this other thing, it looks kind of weak to me. But I would vote for this tonight to get a start. And then hopefully we can come back to it. I really don't know what kind of animals are in the classrooms now, to tell you the truth. So that'd be why I would support an amendment to remove that health certificate thing. I don't think that's practical,
It does have if required by applicable law or ordinance is the only way you would need a satisfactory health certificate or report of examination if it's required by law or ordinance.
Well,
do we have those laws and ordinances?
No.
Don't
We're paying attention to those.
Well, ordinances.
It does have, if we just included 2, 3, and 4, because it still says protect the health and safety of students and staff, ensure the animals treated humanely, kept in a healthy place, appropriate housing, and it's clean and sanitary. I agree with you, Mr. Meyer. If we removed that, I think we're still getting a much better and stronger written document.
You mean remove the certificate part?
Remove the certificate part.
Unless Mr. Phillips has shown us that we're worried about something that we really didn't need to worry about. If you take your dog to the groomer, at least I do, I have to present a rabies certificate, right? And so, but I didn't know that.
But not for a fish. If you want to get a fish groomed, then
right.
You need
well, but let's go to something. Maybe it's an invasive species and it's a pet and it gets brought in and we accidentally throw it in the, really that's how it happens, right? Somebody will throw something in the storm sewer and then it goes to the lake and away it goes. is that, you know, that would be a DNR or whatever, not on a DNR, you know, list that you can't have these, you know. I'd be willing to take this as a good start, you know, and then we revisit. That's just my opinion, that I don't want to.
I can support that.
Yes. I would support it as well. I wonder if there's also a possibility in, so the non-service animal in schools and elsewhere on district property, and that first paragraph, if we would like to give some space for upon principal approval, in consultation with director of facilities, that let's go back to the giving some professional leeway, that if they've got something that they've got to do, such as the turtle, that makes perfect good sense to me. If there's rationale for it, I'd love to give some space to let the professionals be the professionals. That's good.
Can you repeat that? You wanted to change
Yep,
what underserved?
So what I would call for is a motion to add the language, that's right, in the paragraph, non-service animals in schools and elsewhere on district property, in that section at the end of that first paragraph. What would the language be? Permission may be granted by a principal in consultation with.
Can we bring it back?
We bring it back to make sure I get it accurately. Can you just email me what you'd like to?
I'll just say, I'm cool kicking to the committee and having you all, but something that gets to principal discretion.
Discretion for non-service animals. Okay.
Okay, if I revise my motion?
Yes.
Awesome. It's recommended that the school board approve the second reading of policies 3111, 3422B, 5113, and I so move.
We have a second.
Second.
Ms. Milfeld,
Yes.
Ms. Fraley,
Yes.
Mr. Meyer,
Yes.
Dr. Jessup Banger,
Yes.
Dr. Hoyt.
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
Ms. Willis.
Yes.
The motion's been revised. Any other board comment on any of these? Any community comment on any of these policies? Not involving fish.
I don't know.
Yes.
Just those three that these three policies that we just approved.
Okay, on the other one that you're pulling down, I'd say ask the DNR if they have a list that should be checked,
Okay.
right? In base of whatever's, anything. They have lists. It's really easy to point to it if you find it, yeah.
Please call the roll on the motion. Or the,
We did it.
We did.
We did, yeah.
not the motion, please call a roll on the, I think we're back at your revised motion is, I believe, what should call the roll on. Now we're calling it to approve the vote on the policies.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Mr. Phillips revised his motion to remove the one policy. We voted to do that.
Yes.
We took all comment.
Yes.
And now we're voting to approve the revised motion.
Okay.
It's pretty amazing that at 10:40, I was tracking.
Yeah.
And who made that motion?
Mr.
Mr.
Phillips, Ms. Bufeld, second.
Thank you.
Do we need public comment?
We just took it.
Oh,
Yes.
There was none.
Okay. Okay.
Ms. Milfeld. Ms. Milfeld,
Yes.
Ms. Fraley. Yes. Mr. Meyer,
Yes.
Dr. Jessup Banger,
Yes.
Dr. Hoyt.
Yes.
Mr. Phillips.
Yes.
Ms. Willis.
Yes.
We are now on first reading of revised bylaws 01000111. All of those. 0113, 0114, 0115, 0121, 0122, 0123, 0131.1, 0132.1, 0132.2, 0133, 0141, 0141.1, 0142.1, 0142.2, 0142.3, 0142.4, 0142.5, 0142.6, 0147, 42.7.
All right, y'all, bingo. Is that?
All right, may
Make
I?
it stop.
I'm gonna take us through the first half of these policies. Honestly, the first few are pretty insignificant. They just relate to the name of the district, definition. So I'm not gonna go over those if anyone doesn't have any questions. I'm gonna jump straight to 123-0123, which is the philosophy of the board. The only significant change that we made on this policy was the addition of the green language, the language that's in green, where we just wanted to again connect our philosophy back to our strategic plan. So the language added was the board operates in accordance with the mission and vision that the board has developed for the district, which also serves as a basic basis for the district's strategic plan. So that was just kind of our own personalized language. Only significant change made there.
So we're gonna vote on the North Star statement later on.
That's later.
I know, but your reference, for that conversation, I'm gonna ask if we can incorporate the North Star into our page 6 of the strategic plan so that people can look at our mission or whatever. So it's one-stop shop for people to see what we're about. That's why I'm raising it now, because you're pointing to this.
I am, yep.
Right, so do we want, if later on you think maybe we might want to fold this into this, you want to point more generically or something, I don't know, whatever you think, right?
Sure.
You know where I'm going here?
I do, absolutely, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
great. And then I'll take us to 10131.1. This policy had some options. Really, it just allows for the immediate revision in emergencies as long as it does not conflict with any law. And then that the superintendent can make technical corrections so that if there's just a technical correction to be made on a policy, we do not have to take it before the board.
An example of a technical correction would be a position title changes, and that would just be done.
Yep, there's something that the superintendent has authority to change.
And we please require that the superintendent notify the board of all these technical changes.
Sure.
Just email or, not a meeting report, but just so we know.
What's changed? Just want to read the language.
Right.
Yeah, yours might actually already say that because the
It
next
might
one
already say that.
that I'm
Okay.
giving 132.2 does say that yeah, there's a timeline for reporting that.
And that's all I have. So that takes us to Dr. Lloyd, which she'll pick up with 132.2.
Yep, so it does say, Mr. Meyer, it does include that. The superintendent shall inform the board of any such changes no later than the next regular board meeting.
Oh, okay, thank you. I missed that.
Yep, so that's in there.
Okay.
Mine, for the remainder of the 11 policies that we have still to review, again, these are all pretty minor. Well, I don't mean that, but they're pretty straightforward bylaws. We're not making significant changes. We're just updating them a little bit. I would draw your attention to 0141.1. That is a new policy that we have not had in place prior to this, which is around student representation at board meetings. Obviously, we have student representation, but we've never codified what that is or what their role is or how we select those students. So this new policy does that. Essentially speaks to having a max of 2 student representatives from each high school, talks about how they will function, how they're selected, and then how we will onboard or orient them.
I actually did have a question about this one, specific to, I know that their service begins in October, but I've been wondering whether or not we don't want to select them at the end of the previous year so that I sort of feel like by the time they get started, the program year is really going and their actual ability to share information is like pretty short. Especially if they're a senior. So I didn't know if that was something that needed to be written into policy, but I was thinking it might be something that's helpful to us in terms of identifying selection. And then they start, the first board meeting or the last board meeting in August or the first one in September. So.
I like that. All right.
I think from a policy perspective, the only thing it affects is beginning in September. Like I think beginning in September could be fine unless we said we wanted them to start in August. But it doesn't say here, I don't think when they're selected. So again, it might be it's selected by a subcommittee, but it doesn't say when. So again, does that matter?
Yeah. We might want to specify that though.
I don't know. I feel like Sharon, you've been the most involved with student selection.
So we're talking about the timeline?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, that's, I just didn't know if you
Sorry.
pressed.
No, I mean-
Okay, beyond that. Yeah, I mean, I think as soon as they can start, the better.
May I?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Pinion.
Hi. Someone who helped with this early on in the year. So we do have policy 5860 and admin guideline 5860. The policy is pretty general. The guidelines go into detail. I think the policy jives and connects pretty well with the bylaw that you're presenting. Any changes though, we could make fairly easily to the admin guidelines around timeline. But certainly if you want to spell it out in the bylaw as well, we just want to make sure the guideline matches at the end.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I don't know if it has to be in the bylaws.
Yeah, I did remember that we had a very detailed document.
We do. I'm looking at the administrative guidelines now, and it seems like if it's going to live anywhere, it's going to be there. So I think the bylaws as it stands, we just maybe need to revisit the administration team may need to revisit the administrative guidelines to make sure that it's in sync with the bylaw.
A question on a restriction and a question on an expansion. The restriction would be, as stated here, they get to comment on everything the board can comment on.
Well, according to the policy, the presiding officer can limit their comments.
Okay, we almost. I could see Carol someday, and maybe we've come close already on a commentary from a student board member. I don't feel, if you're talking formal professional discussion, audit advice, safety, particular safety, privacy concerns, legal issues, we're getting them into, now the APSI kids, they could do it, right? But I worry about peril there for us and for them. Okay, now expansion, I would like it to be available to them to be present in our committee meetings. There might be somebody who really would love to sit in a finance committee meeting or the legislative advocacy. We've had a couple of student reps who definitely had aspirations in politics and government. And I could see how they'd really like to be at the, if they had the time, of course, at the legislative advocacy committee meeting, for example. So is there somewhere where we can open up that door to them to share in that role? If they, now I don't know what they have time for either. So it gets into some sensitive questions. Thanks.
Any other comments on that piece? Otherwise, I have one more that I want to draw your attention to. So the remainder of these, aside from the last one, are again pretty standard, but I want to look at 142.7. Pull it up to. So there were some choices here. This is around orientation. So there's some choices about when the orientation occurs and what information is received. Ms. Willis and I made some decisions around this, but certainly welcome your input on that. The one thing we were not clear on is what people would like the orientation to include as far as what the new board member is given. So there's access to the board policy manual, the current budget, and then our orientation manual that I hear is in process. Do we want our new board members to be given anything else, like a student handbook or anything of that nature?
I think my recommendation would be, don't be too prescriptive here, but as they meet with the directors, the directors would, in the course of what they do, ensure that that's in. I would also say Ms. Fraley is working on the onboarding documents, and it's exceptionally thorough, and that will that in and of itself covers all this and lots more.
Is it then too prescriptive to say the board policy manual, the current budget statement? Because we did talk about the policy manual because it's all board docs, right? So I guess just ensuring that it says access, we changed it. But the budget statement, is that too prescriptive in the manual or?
For me, I would keep that in because of the fiduciary responsibility they have immediately to the district. So I like what you have here.
Great.
I'm sorry, who has the fiduciary responsibility?
The board.
The board, not the student board members. They're minors.
No, we're talking about boards.
This is for new board members.
Switch to a new policy.
Well, that was pretty fast. Sorry, I missed it. I apologize.
No, this is for new board members.
Okay,
Student board members do not.
okay.
I will just throw out there, though, if there's anything that folks want to make sure makes it into that new board member orientation, to share that with Dr. Means, and then he can pass that along to me. So that I've shared a first draft with them, but.
That's all we have for policy.
Any update on the WSD delegate assembly?
Oh, yeah. Yes, thank you. That's me. And it'll be very brief. Interestingly enough, we lost a quorum. So the delegate, this was the first time that I am aware that this has ever happened. But there were 33 resolutions, and I think the delegate forum started at 1, and we adjourned around 5:30, and we only were at 2317. So, so that was first. The administration, thank you, and the board prepared me very well. I actually did decide to propose a rewrite, basically, of resolution 23-12. And it was quite interesting. I actually did receive, this was on societal issues. So what had really happened is this resolution was modified a couple of times over the years, but it still had outdated language on it. So I thought, well, I'll do a replace basically on the resolution, and it actually got a second, and we had 88 votes, yes, and 183 no. So basically it's really hard to introduce a resolution on the floor at the delegate assembly because there just isn't a lot of time for them to look at it. And but it was a lot of districts did agree that we needed to modify the language. So they did end up amending it slightly. So I imagine next year this will come back, but the reason they didn't really accept our rewrite was they didn't think it had enough specificity, which I agreed with that. So I tried it and they were receptive. So that was good. But other than that, I went with what you had recommended for the voting. So it was, otherwise pretty uneventful. There were a total of, I think I wrote down 291 delegates. So a little smaller assembly than we've had in prior years. And I'll forward the set of approved resolutions. I think they're posted on the website. I'll just make sure they get forwarded to you, so you have them.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fairley.
Ms. Bienfeld.
Ms. Bienfeld.
It's okay.
I could follow along, but
It's getting late.
yes. Any board question or comments? Okay. We are then moving on to our final action item of the evening. Actions to approve the school board's North Star governance statement. Ms. Bienfeld.
Hey. It is recommended that the school board approve the school board's North Star governance statement, and I so move.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. I'm going to quickly read it. This is something that the board worked on within the last month or so. And it reads as this: we believe in a relentless commitment to the academic achievement of all students, no exceptions. We will ensure we have excellent educators in our schools and that they have the support and resources they need to thrive in ensuring students learn and grow to their potential. We will hold ourselves in the school district accountable by developing the resources, structures, and systems for our children to thrive. Any board discussion on this item? Mr. Meyer.
I enthusiastically ask that the chair commit to bringing a future resolution to the board to formally include this in the strategic plan document. I don't know if it's okay for us to put it in there now. If it is okay, I'm fine with that. But this is a special thing. It's along the lines of a mission statement level statement. I think they are of a stature to be put together so that it's very easy for people to find all of our guiding statements in one place.
May I have a motion, Mr. Meyer, to amend the original motion to include that?
I so move.
Thanks. So,
and Ms. Summers is probably free to make the wording as economical as you wish.
So can I repeat that? Motion, a motion to bring a future resolution to the board to put this statement in the strategic plan.
I'm actually going to request that we have a motion that would, so it might read, it is recommended that the board approve the school board's North Star government statement and include it in the strategic plan, and I so move.
That is my motion, sir.
Yes.
Great.
I was misunderstood due to my clumsy dialogue.
Okay. May I have a second on that amended motion?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Willis. Any board conversation on this item?
On the amendment.
On the amendment. Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ms. Muehlfeld?
Yes.
Ms. Fraley? Yep. Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Dr. Jessefinger?
Yes.
Dr. Hoyt?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yeah.
Ms. Willis?
Yes.
Any conversation on the North Star? Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ms. Muehlfeld?
Oh, on mine. I don't think, there's no on mine. Hands.
We're no hands.
One's gone.
Oh, there's one.
Oh, there's a hand.
Yep, see?
All right, Deb Falk-Palak, you have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
Thank you, Deb Falk-Palak. Good evening, everyone. I think you're calling for all items under this section, if I'm not mistaken. So,
No, North Star, Ms. Falk-Palak.
oh, just the North Star. You can't bring up anything about a policy.
No, just the only thing we're taking comment on is this action item.
Okay, thank you. I'll wait till the final comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
So there are no hands raised for this.
Ms. Muehlfeld?
Yes.
Ms. Fraley?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Dr. Jessefinger?
Yes.
Dr. Hoyt?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Ms. Willis?
Yes.
Thank you all very much. Thank you for your work on developing this. Point of information, you will be getting an email from me a little bit later this week, pulling together a governance session. Mr. Phillips jumped on developing board goals that would come out of this with Ms. Who? She helped too.
He did most.
Two board members worked on this, and it will come back to the board for discussion, pulling out some of the specific areas. And then I think there's going to be some work that may move to a board dashboard on this as well. There'll be a board governance similar to what we had last time to talk through that.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what is the district governance or board governance?
It'll be a board governance in service. That I think will also be combined. We'll do that and then I think the calibration. So be on the lookout for something to be scheduled in the next couple weeks.
Calibration
that we talked about around expulsion hearings.
Oh yeah, okay. Sorry.
No, it made sense in my head, but I didn't say it out loud. Thank you all very much for this. We are now at the point of public comment on any non-agenda items this evening.
When you say, I'm sorry, when you say non-agenda, I can still make a comment on what was discussed here. I'm sorry, I'm just not understanding the terminology. That's it. I'd like to comment on some of, sorry, is it Mr. Pinion? His presentation. Is that considered agenda or non-agenda?
For our purposes tonight, you can comment on this.
Okay. But if I wanted to do it again, should I have jumped in at a different time?
No.
No, okay, sorry.
Because there wasn't a.
There wasn't an opportunity to.
Yeah.
There was not.
There was
Right,
not
you didn't miss it.
in the agenda.
Yeah.
So you didn't miss anything. You're following the
I'd be
rules.
sad.
Yes.
But anyway,
That's why
I'll
we're
go.
saying, please comment.
Thank you for that. Okay, regarding SEO. As you discuss the permanence of mental health support in our schools, please understand the concern from many that this increase is out of the scope of the purpose of schools. If you can give data that this support has increased learning, shown by an increase in proficiencies, that's fine. But however, as the data has shown, proficiencies in reading and math in the district are in a decline. Increasing mental health experts in the district is too vague for full community support, at least mine. As you look to fund permanent hires, please share specific goals and objectives, along with specific programs and diagnostic goals that will be used. Most importantly, it is on y'all to prove to the community how it is a school district's responsibility to provide mental health care instead of referring a student in need to medical professionals in the community, and why as taxpayers, we should fund any of that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any final public comments?
Kendra Kobar, veteran teacher, Whitman Middle School. I'm responding to comments and data shared earlier in this meeting in regards to the middle school level. First of all, I'd like to make it clear that I don't think everybody always had the forefront that Whitman had 30 plus new positions open up in our building this year. This includes 2 new administrators, 3 new counselors, 2 admin assistants, over 20 teachers, 2 deans. And please note, not all of those positions are even filled yet. As a matter of fact, we just got our second dean full-time today. Our data states that kids don't have adults to talk to. Please know that there is a much higher level of need with kids needing to speak to adults. Kids usually go to people that they know, so they go to teachers and aides because they know us best. Sadly, teachers and aides don't have the time in the day to talk as much as we would like, so we try to refer them to a counselor. Unfortunately, the kids often decline talking to the counselors because they say they don't know them well and not well enough to divulge personal information. Additionally, the new mental health specialist and the counselors have offered groups for this. There has been an underwhelming amount of students actually volunteering to participate in those groups. Dr. Means mentioned earlier that statute 118.1.64 does allow teachers to remove disruptive students from the class. The problem isn't that we are removing the students. I'd like to say I only do that about twice a year. And however, one situation where I did this year where 2 kids were physically in an altercation in the hallway, I sent to the office and they were back in less than 5 minutes in class. And I asked what the resolution was, and it was nothing. So I called the office and said, oh, did I forget to assign a detention? Another situation that recently occurred is a staff member who was subbing for another colleague, asked for support for a specific student who was concerned about involved in a threat of a fight. The adult who should have provided support from the office in dealing this said, I'm talking with a colleague right now. Can this wait till next hour? The student concerned about the fight continued to be dysregulated and was very disruptive for the entire class hour. Once again, we did add 2 dean positions, but please note that they weren't full-time until Friday. And there's some inconsistencies with support that we're getting for those. Earlier presenters mentioned that coaches, coordinators, and additional support.
You have 30 seconds.
All right, that they meet frequently, and I keep hearing, we have conversations, we have conversations, we have conversations. Teachers want to see actions. We want to see strategy. You talk about offering us strategies, things like that. We haven't seen that. We had one in service this year talking about strategies to deal with this. We want to see action. There have been too many conversations by undefined job positions that were approved by this board, and there was no clear job description for them. Yet the burden is still placed on us to cover and deal with a lot of those situations, new positions are supposed to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kovar. What I hope is that you can have certainly these conversations in your building with your principal. And I would be happy to talk to you afterwards about this as well. Certainly. I don't. May I have a motion to adjourn? Online.
Deb Falk-Palak, you have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
Thank you. Deb Falk-Palak. My comments have to do with policy 0112. It's only one line long, and it states the board exists for the purpose of providing a system of free public education for children in grades JK to 12. And I'd like to suggest, because we do serve children and educate children starting at 3 years of age, and we have children all the way up to age 21, that we expand this to include those children.
Still in grades.
We had a discussion around it, but it was Dr. Zimmerman didn't think it was appropriate to add 3 because that was our Toast Talks program.
It's still the tots.
Yeah, we can read.
Well, and they're also, don't forget, we have the early childhood children, the children with disabilities that we serve, starting at age 12, at age 3. So we have 3-year-olds with disabilities, and we have children all the way up to 21, or young adults up to 21. So how do we account for those would be the question, because
they will
policy would not.
Bring that back. Thank you, Ms. Falk.
Thank you.
Julie Alexander, you have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
Julie Alexander, 7224 West State Street. I just want to say that it's very interesting listening to this evening. I am concerned. I'm interested in actually parsing through individuals with disabilities in relation to the reports by Mr. Pinion and others in relation to behavior and academic performance here. I know that basically that is something that is of interest to me, and the committee that I serve on for the Wauwatosa Commission for Systems Disabilities. It's a long night. Basically, I also, we also have Stacy Clem that comes to our meetings on a regular basis. So we'd be interested in more or less trying to discuss some of those issues, and do some problem solving with her if she would like. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly Goldman, you have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
Hi, Kelly Goldman, 1846 North 71st Street. I just wanted to thank you all for such a thoughtful conversation tonight. I thought Mr. Pinion's presentation was wonderful, and seeing you all engage so thoughtfully around how to try to solve these really complex problems in our district was so encouraging. I'm grateful that you all prioritize the whole child and educating them not only on the basics of academics, but helping them develop regulation skills and conflict resolution skills, because certainly we know that kids can't learn in classrooms if they don't have their social and emotional needs met as well. So I just want to thank you all for the conversation tonight and for all of the time you've put into this and continue to put into our kids, and just doing the best you can for them.
Thank you. That is it for public comment tonight. A reminder, if anyone sees Dylan, the student school board member, say happy birthday. He turned 18 tonight and spent much of it here with us. Next meeting date of March 6th. And a note that we did have a revised meeting date for our next meeting. We will not be here in 2 weeks. We will be here in 3 weeks. So we'll have 2 meetings in the month of March, 1 meeting in the month of February. That's a little bit different. And with that, may I have a motion to adjourn at 11:11 p.m.
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. You made me nervous there.
Me too.
Please call the roll.
Ms. Muehlfeld? Yes. Ms. Fraley?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Dr. Jessup Banger?
Yes.
Dr. Hoyt? Yes. Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Ms. Willis?
Thank you all and have a great night.